They gotta get the one game in Cleveland. If they go
I
to,
got that text as well.
Why don't I get these texts?
Yeah, do you?
And then it just all fell apart.
I know, but you know why they did that though? Are you a Cavs fan?
Oh shit! Wait, you a Cavs fan, bro?
This ain't what's happening.
You don't know what they happened though? They
Yeah,
left
but
Harrison Barnes
it's not
open.
really, it's like, I'm not taking the.
It was 5-on-4 last year. They left Harrison
I think
Barnes
you offended Jamie, man. I think you offended right now.
The second stop is total.
I'm calling a sweep. Or a general sweep.
I've never heard James talk.
I just said
It's like, that's what it felt like?
I said we're your 4 or 5.
Yeah, see, I'll see.
Very.
That makes
It's a generous sweep, but it's still a sweep. They don't please me.
You just completely changed your stand, bro.
No, like I feel like my call has been sweep or Denver sweep. It's still a game out here, but I'm leaning more to the sweep. LeBron's out of here.
And he kept staring at us, but like this.
It's gonna take Kyrie
Not
Irving.
like
It didn't really go off.
like
Interesting.
like
Interesting.
on purpose.
Kristen was non-existent now
and
last
it's
year.
white, so
I know
we're
he was on
sitting
the
in
court.
parallel with
Yeah,
the wall of the subway car,
All right.
here and here.
LeBron's
And he's
looking
in,
doing freaking skate.
he's like right here next to me. So I see him from.
All right, guys. Let's get started, shall we? All right. So, a couple of things to talk about. The first thing is that we got 3 weeks left. Yeah. So, what's up? Yeah. Well, but the thing is that, so because we got 3 weeks left, we got a lot of shit to take care of, right? Specifically, by a lot, I mean the final project. So I kind of wanted to give you guys a quick overview of what's left in the curriculum/class, and then I want to talk a little bit about final project like requirements, and then we still gotta get done with this Flux stuff. So I have a bunch of practice for you guys, and I think what's gonna happen is I think I might call it on Tuesday. So after Tuesday, we're probably gonna stop doing class, and like you should all come in still, but it'll just be like us walking around for final project.
So, you don't want to wait till your final project starts to try to get caught up. It's been open for a while now, so finish those before your final project so you could dedicate your full attention to your final project. That's a little.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, so whatever we don't end up talking about in class, I'll record and put them up and share so you guys can take a look at your own time. And I think that we should devote class time specifically at this point to like not really mainly because like the more shit I introduce, the crazier it's gonna get. So I think it's just like better to be like, all right, like we got React, we got Flux. I'm gonna go over routing probably Tuesday, and then we're done.
What about the twin?
So, like in the state of class, I was going to talk about it, right? And I think deployment, since everyone here has to deploy anyways, it's going to be one of the two. Oh, actually, you know what? I might even I'll go over routing, but React a router, I'm going to do like a screencast on that I'm going to share. And deployment, I'll also do a screencast on, but everyone here has to deploy for the final project anyway. So we're going to talk about your, like, how you should deploy specifically to your app, which might not be what we talk about here because it's kind of like a general all-purpose one. But like if you're doing just a front-end app, maybe you want to deploy through GitHub pages only. If you're doing things with a lot of Firebase, maybe you want to use the Firebase pages. Maybe you want to do like if you're interested in doing like Expo. AWS, yeah. If you're gonna do Expo, it's a completely different like way, right? So there's a whole bunch of different ways to push. So we'll have to. I think so. It doesn't like make sense to waste time on this since like I think like maybe 4 people tops are actually gonna use this way. You should still know it, so I'm gonna do a class on it, but that's it. All right. So effectively, Tuesday is gonna be like the last day, and then from Thursday onwards, it's gonna be all like project stuff. And starting from today, I put up a I don't know if you saw on the general channel. I don't know. It might be all taken. Let me take a look real quick. But I'm around till 6 p.m. today. Oh, no, it's not. So go and add your names here. I need everyone to touch base with me. Like either today. I mean, I know there's only like 4 or 5 slots left. Or if this gets taken up, then Slack me as soon as possible, and we'll with like times that make sense for you, and I'll try to make time on my end. And like what I want to do is I want to kind of sit down and agree on exactly what the requirements are. It's in general channel, or if you go to final projects, I have it right here, like meet with me. Either way, it doesn't have to be in person. It could be over Slack. It could be in person. I'll be here till 6, like today. And if you guys need, I'm probably gonna be MIA from like 6 to maybe 10, but afterwards I should be open again if you wanted to talk late at night. Same thing tomorrow and so forth. But the idea is that we all need to talk, because I wanna write down like a list of requirements, a list of here. I can actually show you. Let me see. One sec. Yeah, here we are. So, like I sat down with one person yesterday, and what we did is, if you go here, for example, so I've got like a quick game plan, and then like he's doing something with Firebase. So like here's the stuff he has to do to present in 3 weeks. So we're gonna talk about it, and we'll decide what that makes sense. What these objectives should be for your project. It could be more or less depending on how much time you have and stuff like that. And then we're going to talk about like if you're going to use some sort of backend, which almost everyone's going to be using, like how should you structure it, and then also like how your file should be structured. If there's any crazy shit you got to do, either if you need like me to help you out with that, or if you, or like, whatever, right? So it's gonna be like that kind of stuff. So that needs to happen first. And then afterwards, as you guys get stuck on stuff, feel free to like ask me questions, and that's okay. But I wanna have that, and then I wanna have like every weekend, I also wanna check in again, just to make sure we're all on track, okay? So like the way I'm thinking about it is like, pretend I'm like the engineering manager or something like that, right? So I'm gonna set deadlines, I'm gonna set like project goals, and you got to go ahead and implement, make sure like that it works, right? So yeah.
You said you're gonna be a little hands off, so people could explain it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be hands off in that, like if there's a bug, I got your back, but I'm not gonna I'm gonna really try not to go too deep into that. But again, feel free to ask me questions, right? And I'll be the one who can choose, who can like decide if it's OD or not. You know what I mean? Same goes for you too, right? It's on you, but like, yeah, feel free to ask us, like any question that you have, right? And we might just be like, all right, go find it out, or like go check here and then do it, or like whatever.
It's not that, 'cause when you start on interviews, like,
People drill you.
They're gonna drill the shit out of you, like, okay, what did you do here? And like in some instances, they'll pull up your code and actually what the fuck is going on.
In fact, every single interview I ever conducted, that's exactly what I did. I didn't ask them about their school. I didn't give a shit. I said, here's some 4 projects you have. Here's the first one, inspect element. I'm like, all right, and it wasn't even like trying to test them. I'm like, yo, this is kind of interesting. Like, tell me what you did. And if they can't tell me about it, I'm just like, all right, I don't give a shit anymore. Like, I mean, obviously I'm not as big about it, but in my head, I'm like, you know what, like, this is probably not gonna work, right? So like, you gotta make sure you know your product, which you guys will, but that's the reason why we're gonna be a little bit more like hands off if possible, right? So that if you get stuck on stuff, like we'll point you in the right direction, but it's gonna be on you to kind of go ahead and solve it. But anyway, so if possible, clear your schedule, because we got 2 or 3 weeks, and this has got to be what you do, right? Just so we have a solid project that's done. So anyway, there's still 3 slots left, so grab them, and then once these are taken, I want you to Slack me with times that make sense, okay? And in fact, bless you. The first thing is, so like I think we're all good.
Wait, so this is just a Sunday thing?
What?
Like the meeting?
Yeah, this is specifically for this particular Sunday. I kind of want to get the initial meetings done before next weekend, and then from next weekend it'll be like, I'll be here. You can take, you can book an appointment with me for half an hour or something like that, and we'll just sit down. We'll talk about like shit you're stuck at or things you're not sure about, and I'll be like, all right, try this, blah, 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 right?
We hear from every Saturday to apologize in class.
Yeah.
The reason I haven't been doing it is because we've been class teachers, so.
Yeah, but so I'll be here next Saturday. I'm gonna, at least for a bit, and if not, online, and same thing the Saturday after. Oh, actually, you know what? There's one Saturday where I might not be available, but if that's the case, I will make it up on Friday. Yeah, and he will still be around. So like, I'm gonna try to make myself available as much as I can. If you need, just hit me up, and we'll try to find a time that works. It might be online, it might be like super late at night, like whatever. But look, we'll make it work, okay? But I expect people to hit me up, right? Anyway, so the game plan is I've got a couple things that I need you to do for your final project, and I tried to build something which I completely failed at, so it won't be done until a bit later. But for the time being, if you could just do this. It's in the class notes, right? The final project. I just need you to make a GitHub repo for it, give it a name, make me a collaborator, and that's it for now. And then after that, we can talk about the practice stuff, and we'll jump into it, okay? So let's just take 5 minutes and get this out the door. And if there's anything in particular that you really want me to cover in class, what's up?
Let's talk that website.
It won't work?
It just says loaded.
Hit
Mine work.
refresh. You know what? It probably failed to get something. It doesn't AJAX requests. Are you on Chrome?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Everything else is working.
Weird. You know, I'll take a look at it, but right now I'll Slack it to you. Hold up. Channel. Fuck you, Slack. Piece of shit. All right. Set. Cool. Yeah. But I would say, guys, please do, like, from today onwards, like, make final projects a priority. If you can't think of one right now, just do final dash project, and then we can just change it later. And when we meet to talk, we can talk about what to call it too. So don't worry about it. Yeah. So I mean, I got 3 slots, and again, like, you don't have to be here, like, so we can do it over Slack, right? You just have to get a half an hour with me. Oh, fuck, why do you do that to me?
Jet.
What?
Just ran across the Jet email. I'm trying to get a job over there.
Jet.com.
Jet.com.
I'm one of my very good friends is very good friend. You want a job?
Ah, thank you.
They have they're based in Louisville. For a lot of the tech jobs.
I wanted to wait there.
What's his name? Mark Lord. Apparently a very nice guy.
He is or he's not.
No, he's a really nice guy.
Cool. Wait, you know him?
No, my friends of mine, they're brothers, and they opened a restaurant in Mountain Lakes, which is a really, really nice town. And Mark Lower lives there, and he comes in every morning.
Oh, that's nice.
And so they get to know him over the years.
Well connected. Well connected.
They're a Microsoft shop though. Lame. I'll give you guys like 2 more minutes and then we can jump into what we're gonna do actually for class today. Yep.
Struggle. Yeah,
Isn't it 2?
there's a tacky Korean that I thought was you for a hot second.
Wait, dude.
I expected this to just be one.
Yeah.
Wait, there. Wait.
Nah, this is.
This one doesn't have.
No, there's no ta-
it's a different one.
You look it up, it says GA.
Yeah, that one.
Wait, that's
That was
me.
you for a second.
That's definitely me.
0 commits.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck. This is definitely me. All right, because that spelling, and then Motaki Korean GA is definitely me. So yeah, they're all me. All right. What'd you say? Yeah, the full. Yeah, which is why I figured I should put my own line. Just you guys just paste it in. What up? Hello. Damn. Why did it do that? That's so crazy.
It seems that way.
I think I heard his feelings about that. Taking this class next year. He was really hurt.
Y'all are terrible.
Because I said,
What'd you say?
she said, when you see yourself in the head, I said, Randy, you can take this class.
Boom. Got it. All right. That's good. And then
Sitting next
Sorry, I think I'm gonna call them tomorrow to find the lady I was speaking to. And we're
you can't find her.
not for the life of me.
All right. Hold on.
If I get a time period, maybe I did delete it.
That's what I said. Give it a name, give it a remake, make topic contributor. I mean, collaborate. Set up a time to be.
Here, Courtney Leons.
Spell with K?
I'm gonna send you her. I'm gonna send you her email.
Or
I got your back. Don't worry about it.
No, he wants to see it on the project.
But I need you to. You found her?
son of a bitch, that is.
You found it?
Yep.
All right. I want you to CC me in that email, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
So would you like me to tell?
you know, you tell her, you know, you're not doing it, all that stuff.
Like, tell her respect out to you or like.
No, if you CC me, be like, yo,
Don't be flipping
and
me
then I'll do it.
Why you talking to me?
Yeah, you just like send her the email, right? Pretend I'm not even there, but CC me, and then I'll jump on it. All right, yo guys, you guys have your like GitHub repo like all set, and I saw a couple of invites. So a bunch of you sent me invites.
Yeah.
You want to see? All right, perfect, cool. So all right, so let's just get started for the time being.
Wait, could you repeat the 3 week stuff? I didn't hear it.
For the people who just walked in, yeah. I mean, it's being recorded too. Yeah. Fine. All right. Fair enough. It's important. All right. So just going to repeat for the people who just walked in. We got 3 weeks left. Shit's about to hit the fan. So I expect final projects to be the priority from now until class is over. Just FYI, if I don't think your project is where I think it should be or what we agreed upon in this first meeting, I might ask that you not present. So you know, like this is serious, but I got your back. So you know, if you definitely hit me up with questions and stuff like that. Don't if you can't, if something isn't working for like 25 to 30 minutes, stop and hit me up before you waste a whole day on it. Just because like who knows, maybe you're going in circles, like whatever, right? And also that this first meeting that I'm asking for, it's not really to see where you're at. It's just to kind of set a baseline so that we both agree that here are the things that we both think that you can get done in 2 weeks and have something that's presentable. And it's a good way for us to keep track and to make sure that you're doing okay, all right? So, I mean, I'm very sure everyone here is going to be able to have something. And it's in my best interest that you guys do. So obviously I just need you guys to just, yeah, make it a priority. There you go. Yeah, that's all it is. I don't want to look bad. But anyway, I'm also, you know, inviting some people. So
Some GIPs?
yeah, just a little bit. I got a former student who works at Google now, and she's coming through.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Anyway, so assuming that's all good, we'll talk about it. What's up? What you say?
Say no way, Sunday
When
best.
I present.
All right. Anyway, so let's talk about. So the game plan for today is okay. I feel like that we just need a little more practice on Flux, which is fine. It's a crazy concept. So the game plan for today is this. I have 3 things that I want us to work on, and then after that, if we still have time, we'll start on the Slack clone, and if not, we'll take a look at it on Tuesday. And whatever we don't complete, I'll screencast, and it'll be done, and it'll be up on GitHub and all that, right? So this way we still go through all of it. And I think on Tuesday we'll talk about the important stuff, which is, I think there's only one thing left that we did not cover, which is how do you get a page URL to load a different React app through Flux. Okay, so that's the only thing left, and we'll talk about it on Tuesday. And I guess that's all there is to it. So for the warm up, it's this. I played around with because a bunch of people are thinking about doing iOS, Android apps. I actually downloaded the entire Expo development environment, and I built a stupid little app off of it. So I put it up on GitHub, and the first thing I want you to do is just take a look through the code. It uses Flux, it uses React, and I think it'd be really interesting just to kind of see and hopefully draw parallels between what we've been doing so far and what React Native does. So the first task is just you're not writing any code, you're just reading through my code and seeing what's going on. And I want 15 minutes on that. After that's done, I've got 2 Flux practices. One is a very basic one, just to kind of give you a good refresher on how the Flux stuff works. So it's mostly done. I need you to add one more piece to it. And then the final one is the one that's hardcore, where I'm asking you to rebuild an alarm app in Flux, which I thought was kind of interesting. And it could be kind of useful, and it's not super easy, and you can go and you can add a whole bunch of crap to it. So those are the 3 that we're gonna do. I think the way it's gonna work is this. I'll give you about 15 minutes. This I'll give you guys about 20, 25 minutes, and then with this one, we should talk about it, come up with a game plan, and then you guys can go ahead and implement, and we can pause in between and build up pieces.
Wait, so they're admiring the code, and then
They're what now?
Admiring?
Yeah, like look through the code.
Yeah, admiring. I mean, I'm not looking for compliments. If you want to give me compliments, I'll take them. But
They look at the code and then they do the second one for like 20 minutes.
yeah, but the thing is, after we look through the code for like the first 15 minutes, I want to like bring it up, talk about it. Yeah, and I'll show you. I'll spin it up so you guys can take a look. Yeah, just like go over, like what it does and all that. Okay, so that's the game plan. It's 10:42, 10:57 is when we're gonna stop. Right, and here's the thing: if you can find shit wrong with it, like find shit wrong with it, right?
Hidden things wrong with it?
What's up? No, there isn't. But I did write it at like 4 a.m. 2 days ago. Right, so I think. Yeah. What's up? Oh, so that's something for the React Native. What it does is it actually watches all of your files and rebuild.
Oh, that's it. All,
Yeah. Watchman is actually an NPM module. No, Webpack supports watching. It probably uses something like Watchman. Webpack is a build tool, right? So with Webpack you can do watching.
Oh, so you're not using Webpack?
But I also had.
No, I'm using a React Native boilerplate, so I don't give a fuck what it uses.
Yeah. You know what I did this weekend?
Is that just something to
Yes, that's the thing I was
run it natively?
kind of. It's like a React Native wrapper almost. So it's actually a environment that you download a program and you run it and it'll build React Native for you. It'll watch it for you. It'll restart and all that kind of stuff. And you can test it on your phone.
Yep.
So in fact, like I think that's like you want to build an app. You use this. I'm gonna show you. That is just it's really useful. I haven't deployed anything with it yet.
She said it first, then she said
I'll let you know like how it feels. But so far, it's like you don't have to have export. You have to like studio. Hey, but no, this is just that's something else. What do you? Oh, okay. I thought you were lost. I'm sorry. Okay, let's you know what to do then, right? So, I'm just working on a small thing. What's up?
Oh, I was just saying my solution. But this weekend,
Yeah, I see your stories. I see your stories too, bro.
I need to stop posting my shit.
I mean, I wasn't judging. I was like, oh, it looks like Bob's having a good weekend. Yeah.
Let's check my calendar. Like, what up?
You good?
Yeah,
Well, yeah. Don't buy shit until you can.
I got a free meal tonight, though.
Nice.
All right, my birthday's tomorrow, so when am I get that?
Wait, wasn't your
When was
birthday
your
last
birthday?
month also?
Yeah.
Happy
My
birthday.
birthday's tomorrow.
Happy birthday, man.
This
Oh,
one,
you
birthday.
It's gonna be 26.
13?
Yeah, you gonna be my age, bro.
Big man.
When's the party?
It's cute.
Well, there is no party. I thought I was gonna have like a luxurious, Wolf
Yeah,
of
but
Wall
that
Street
chicken
type
yacht
party,
party.
but it's not.
You realize he doesn't work on Wall Street.
It's in July. It's in July. But
Could they call those parties
listen,
That's not the word I would.
Yeah, that's not.
those
He's
are
like my
epic
top
Those are
parties.
having the whole white parties.
Okay, I guess I'm not invited. What?
Free dinner.
Maybe.
That's cool. Wow, so for a few months we're gonna be the same exact age.
I know. You like-
When's
your birthday?
27, bro. August 2nd.
So how does the eventually work for?
Mm.
So, how would you find out? Just a package first.
Hey, why are you sitting
And then I took that one and then this was.
It's called
This
Ace.
one?
Oh yeah, well I mean I think that's what they're like. So people have different preferences. So they guys who are pro, they choose to make. You always change it.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
well,
we
yeah,
would-
just because like when I think of Maine, like it's actually like like actually
Yeah, to do
Like fair because that's how you do your work, though, right? Yeah. I'm like every single company will have a different way to like structure their folders and different ways different ways that they can name their file. Every single place. It's just one of those things where, and then if you disagree, they're gonna be like, because you know, there's entrenchment, right? So this is what starts.
Yeah, like, how does the app start?
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, it's jarring, right? Yeah, I get it.
Where's the start?
Well, take a look. Is there a package.json? It's got a main.js.
Yeah, that's what I put it runs off.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
So
nothing
that-
like a NPM run start.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
So here's the thing. It runs through the Expo program, which is why I said like don't try to like run it because you gotta download it. But once you download it, you open it up and you get to play it.
I think it's.
I'm
Good
sure.
question.
What?
No,
Oh, you were asking?
Yeah,
No,
just
no,
like
I
the
was-
React
because like that's how like I was looking at it, like go around like where the app goes environment is where the rest of the
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Which is
it's
really awesome.
really
But then
great.
also like you have
Yeah.
I didn't
No,
actually-
I'm gonna-
Is it test, you can test on your.
you don't touch Android Studio.
Download.
What you do is like you
Yeah.
test on your actual web machine, and you can when you push, apparently they handle all of it for you, like to the App Store itself. Which is the main reason why I'm interested in it, because I fucking hate dealing with things. It'll bundle and submit it.
I gotta read about it.
Okay.
Expo.
Not yet.
Yeah, but that's coming.
Really?
Well, I'm pretty sure Facebook is buying them or
How
something.
can I read about it?
Oh,
Which is the other reason why I got behind it, because if Facebook is supporting it, it's gotta be like legit.
Nah, no, what's the phone that you say, right? So, like, what's the architecture?
For sure. So it makes sense, you know, it's either it's abandoned, you know, and it seems pretty stable. And it makes development so fast. I mean, to-do list so quick. It was just like the real time stuff was one, like installing and turning it on in a while. It's like a little slow. And then two was just like debugging, because I didn't
If you
know
So
you
here,
just try
why
restaurant.
don't you open up code?
What?
Wait, what happened? I know you had a computer.
No, she didn't do the place.
They haven't called me.
No, like they gave you a computer, didn't they?
Yeah, then I gave it back, I had to give it back on that
Oh,
day.
understood, okay.
Yeah.
This is like the weirdest.
You have
website.
Yeah, download the app.
Oh, you got it, yeah, I know what you can do.
You, the site that you write to, you were supposed to scan something.
Okay.
Because you're not logged in or anything.
You scanned it?
I
Let me know what it does.
You
figure it
scanned
out.
it
Yeah,
to your phone?
I mean, I think I
You gotta
have.
download the app with the Expo app. You download it though, and then you'll see the code
I
on
wrote
your
that.
phone. Then when you change the file.
No, this is something else.
I thought you running it.
It lives somewhere else?
No, like there's actually like a fucking.
You are so.
Oh, that's cool.
No,
Yeah,
what's it?
Well, I'm asking which.
I thought you was done as I was like,
I'm pretty sure it's like React Flux.
Yeah, so I
Like,
was like,
which has like all that shit. Like, it's like,
Actually, that's the little blue arrow ring.
And then your scan, this is what mine,
you better admit
did you say search for xcode.io? In the apps?
just have an expo and it should work.
Yeah, Expos.
But that shouldn't. I mean, are you trying to run my code? Or?
No, I just wanted to read about xcode so I understand it.
All right. Well, that you can do later.
Yeah, pretty much kind of.
Well, let's not get. Let's look at the code. All right. I need you to look at the code right now.
I know it's actually getting a little too early, so.
What's up? No, seriously, like.
we're getting a little too
No, I
early,
asked
so.
you where to read about it, you said go to the. All right.
oh, it's a box.
No, it has to do with this stuff. It has to do with straight up, that's probably
No.
the- React Native.
Remember in the regular React, you have to React down the portal or section. Yeah. At the bottom, that's not there. It's very simple.
It has to do with this.
Oh wait, hold on. What are you trying to do, guys? Okay, and there's expo that what now?
What about?
Oh, that thing. Yeah, so that's the hook that goes into React Native, and React Native has its own shit that they'll run. Yeah, which is insane. I don't want you to care about that right now because I want you to care about like my code, just to show you how similar it is to the rest of what we've been doing, right? Like you can look into like React Native. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I just think that 15 minutes is not gonna get you anywhere. So I kind of want you to like just so like you know that like main.js kickstarts everything, right? Yeah. So like walk from there. Don't worry about like this is what an NPM module. So who gets NPM module? NPM module. These are the ones that are written. So those are ones you wanna like what? What do you think? Did it work?
I'm still slightly empty and stuff.
Oh, because it doesn't show your update. Yeah. Yo, you should consider either upgrading to
So,
Node 8,
the
it has-
library,
like it should have slightly faster install, or install the Facebook Yarn.
well,
Which one are you looking
You say?
for? You want a library?
yeah, it has to be the library.
Yeah, I don't want you to run. I want you to.
Like
And just kind of like,
Yeah.
but just
So
kind of
like anywhere
really
where
just
there's.
see. This is like this is a React Native project. Like it's a fully functional app, but if you look at it, it looks very, very much similar to should we use this, right? So that's yes, that's kind of what I want.
What's the program?
So- Oh, I got. Oh yeah. So, yeah, like we've been doing it.
So,
Like there's really because we like resolve with nothing. It doesn't really happen. But that's two characters. That's actually good. Yeah, it's more just like I'm lazy and
I wasn't sure if it's,
it's a little confusing. Yeah, but I saw it on some example. I was like, oh, that's not
Well, what does this represent? State, what is going?
Osman.
oh,
Yeah, what's up, man?
You can just.
No, I mean,
Shorthand.
Yeah, I could have.
What is this
The reason I
shorthand
didn't
for?
was that they had
that's,
boilerplate with it. Okay.
what is it?
It is, actually, that's the disruption that we have.
No, no.
So
Dispatch is part of this component, right? Dispatch, render. That's how we've been doing it, right? We always create our own dispatch automation.
When I passed check Fox in as artist.
No, I didn't. Because remember we talked about it. Like we need this, that's it. That's the only reason I had.
Okay,
what's this,
um,
what's this?
this,
Left,
so the second.
So-
one, the
That's
UI library,
So I think
I don't
so
see
yeah,
any
similar, right? So left and right come from
library.
something
Am I missing something?
So it's a
Native,
question,
right?
right?
So this is like the semantic
Yeah.
UI for React
No,
Native.
I don't see.
And so they have these
any
things
sign.
called left and right, which I think is part of this guy. So if you look at the
Oh,
if you look at the
What do you
the
do?
backward, like, I don't actually know, but I think what they do is like you have like a bar and then you can have left.
Check out the
middle,
middle,
right?
where the.
I think if you don't have like
So I think the road.
Nothing there.
it's making columns basically. Yeah, it's making and I think if you don't have it, it gets offset. Just like you know, it's semantic UI. So that's the only reason that I added it empty. So if there's like an empty table, it doesn't do anything.
Okay.
You don't have any questions? Yeah.
Okay, but I'm a little confused, where's the, reference to the library?
But am I right?
I don't know if there is a, you just have to check if there is, but you have to know where to go look for it.
Fair enough. No, one is a fat arrow, the other one is
Where the.
less than or equal.
There's been rendered.
Right.
Fair enough.
It's gonna be here. These are These are more UI things.
I guess, you know, like, I don't know that.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Oh, yeah, it's like this.
I didn't know that was like that. I like saw pictures of it, but I didn't realize that was like.
Good catch.
I mean, here you have icon left, that's.
See?
Running or is bad? It should be okay.
Then you
Okay,
put
so
it
you
in
can-
like up for the
Share.
server.
I don't know, can I just do it so this second you find out about it?
You know, I'll take a picture too, because I need it on my phone. So the only thing with that. Pull forward a little bit.
I don't think they're just like, oh.
Does that work for you?
So then, what do they do?
Wow.
So both of you
No,
guys.
the underscore is that,
These
so
are the questions.
typically the way it works is,
Yeah.
right? Like you probably start with on 5, right? And then you put like,
But it's really.
like whatever you turn the bottom back. So I was being kind of
So
lazy.
he's going on with the
So, like, you can do it like this, but I just do it like
Yes, no, I don't understand.
slowly. Slowly.
And
No, there's no way.
so-
You let me get, I don't think, I don't think.
Actually, that's what I thought. I'm guessing this is
I'm
from
very
stuff
sure.
inside of.
I'm sure.
Well, I'm not looking.
Oh, you need it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I see
It's
what you mean.
134 then, what's that short hand?
Although, is this?
Yeah, because remember.
Wasn't where we had like the super and then this that
Yes.
state, that's the shorthand for all that nonsense.
Okay. All right.
Why didn't it show
Let's
us?
do it.
For some reason, it's like you can't just
Oh,
scan it.
there you go.
And so you can
I'm
read
thinking like you guys scan it, it says.
These are just basically performing action. They're like the render. Yeah,
Wait,
prompts or things
read the
that
message.
Prompts to what it is to do, that's what it to do.
I don't know.
That's actually fun.
So you're supposed to just look at
this
the
is like.
Yeah, go look at the code. I don't want anyone trying to like run it. Cool. Yeah. Just kind of, yeah, and then just like. What's up? The QR thing. Oh, that's because so I messed up on that. It has to be up, running somewhere, and I think it changes too. So like if I ran the project online, you might be able to actually run the QR. But I didn't, so that's fine.
If you, what's the, if we break it down into like the most basic form, main thing, like the main thing. So it's the main.
I know it's hard.
Okay, so for the store, we wanna have a main store, cause on the main JS form, we have the main store which goes to the rest of the app.
No, but
There's
how
only
they,
one small component, which is the main.
how they work, so I'm looking at their.
The rest of the app. So that's why this component is the store.
This.
And then in order to, and in order to do anything to the
So yeah,
store,
it runs.
you need a dispatch an action, and the action will go to the user, which performs the function that actually messes with the store. That's why you have the dispatcher that passes, that gets an
Yeah.
action.
For sure.
Except for he did it with.
All of this stuff is just how you change the store.
Because I'm doing that. I'm building a row, and then one thing I could do is I can create like
Render
this row or something, and that full
That's how you
action
render
there.
stuff.
I wanted to.
Just go a bit easier, like just ignore this part, and then go straight to the return. And look at, okay, what is this return on? The return is what you actually see on screen.
This is pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's exactly the same, right? With the one difference being that you can't use your vids anymore,
Yeah.
right? You can't use your OnClicks anymore. That's the, and so that's the kind of point I wanted to show you guys, like, oh, very, very similar. Like the way you run it is a little bit different, but the way you code it,
So.
you could like quite literally pull up like 75% of the Flux code
This-
and
this-
plop it in.
Right.
You're fine.
this function. So we're.
So, in fact, you know what? Let's go over it now.
JSX though?
Yeah.
Using
value. Well, the-
What's up?
Using those other tags, like that's still JSX.
Yeah, so because JSX just turns those tags into functions. Yeah. So yeah, I'll go over it right now. I'm not gonna go too deep into the code actually because the next project. Actually, I guess I could. All right, whatever. I'll do it. Okay, so let's go through it. Oh, and I wrote this entire app in Sublime Text. I don't know why. I just did. I felt like changing shit up, or I was tired and I wasn't really expecting to build this, but then I did. All right. Well, shut up. So I don't know if you guys can see, but I actually pulled it up on. So Martin had Expo installed already, so he ran it. And I pulled it up, and it's working. So
Wow.
yeah, there you go. And so what's really nice about it is, so first, just a quick overview of what Expo does. It's basically just a development environment which is built on top of React Native. And generally, I don't advocate for these kinds of things because I think that's really important to understand how the underlying stuff works. But what's really nice about this, which makes it very easy to want to cheat, is that it's so similar to what we're doing that, like, theoretically, if you have like a simple enough app, you don't really need to know much. You just need to press a couple of buttons and just like run it, which I think is nice. And I think in particular for your final project, the guys who want to do an iOS app, and it's really nice because one, it'll give you like a very different project, which I think is good because if they see, oh, I know web development, but LOL, I built an iOS app. That's kind of cool. Right. No, for sure. So, which is why I've been pushing it, and also I plan on like doing this. And Facebook is backing them really hard,
Really?
and they might buy them, but I'm not even sure how they make money. But at any rate, so because of that, I feel like it's pretty legit. So it's worth like spending some time or like, you know, like using, right? So the way this works is you actually have to download an entire program. They have a development environment. Here, I'll just open up mine. So it's called the Expo XDE, and it will eat the crap out of your RAM. Just FYI, killed my computer.
Really?
Yeah.
Computer wasn't slow already.
What's up?
Are you recording?
So anyway, so I've got this, right? And what you can do is simple. Yeah, it's this guy. So you can.
That's the UI.
Yeah, it's the UI for it. So like you don't actually write code in it. I thought you would have to write code in here. You can write code in Sublime, Vim, it doesn't matter. All you do is in here, every time you save, it'll rebuild. So it's kind of like a UI for a Webpack config almost, right? In fact, I bet you that's mostly what it is. But what's nice is apparently they make it very easy to publish the app, which I haven't tried yet, but I will eventually. So that's kind of nice. But anyway, so here,
So it's like the same way they use like virtual devices.
what's up?
It's like similar how they use the virtual devices.
Like,
As far as building it, like when you
yeah.
you save it.
Yeah, exactly. Same exact workflow. And what you can do is like, you know, I've got iOS simulator installed. So if I do that, it should open it up in simulator for me. But you can also open it up here and it'll also update, which is nice. So here, let's wait for this bugger to turn on real quick. But the idea is, as you guys saw in the code, oh no, it's so mad. Nope. Well, maybe not. Looks like it's starting off. Anyway, the idea is just that with this, you can just get started. You can have a similar enough, and the way they do it is like they actually walk you through the process. And the way I made this guy is I just grabbed the simplest boilerplate I could find, and I just used that. And if you want, you guys can use that, or you can make up your. I think they have like one or two other ones, like one with tab navigation and things like that. If you want to use that, whatever. But it was really fast to get started. And the place where I actually tripped up was like, oh, what's the iOS equivalent of like a div? I didn't really know, so I had to go and like find it out. Find it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
The component stuff that you put.
Yeah.
That's it.
So like you gotta like, well, so there's a whole bunch of it. So while this loads, let's take a look at the code, right?
Because I was looking at it like, what is it?
Yeah, it's iOS stuff, right? Because in iOS you have views and you have like subviews and tables and all this stuff, and not divs and input fields and all that, right? It's not HTML based. But anyway, so where did you guys start? Right. So like if you weren't sure, if you go to package.json, it'll say, oh, well, the main is main.js, which means that this is the script that gets run. Okay. There's also an expo.js, .json, which I did not notice until right now, and I don't know what it does, but I think it's just a bunch of configuration for the Expo IDE itself to do stuff. So like you don't really have to worry about it. But yeah, we go into main, and if you look at it, up until here, it looks just like regular old React, right? We're importing something called Expo. Okay, we're importing just React itself, and then we're importing a bunch of crap from something called. Right. So now here's a question for you. What is that? Based on what you can see here, it must be what? It must be an NPM module for sure, right? It definitely is a UI library, but like you can find out pretty quick if you just went and searched for this guy. See? So the app is up. Hello, class.
So this this has nothing to do with React Native.
What, this guy? This is built on top of it.
So how come you don't have to import React Native?
Because they do it for you. So if you look here,
In the Expo?
I bet you if you look at Expo includes React Native, does a bunch of shit. Yeah. So it's all programming, just abstraction over abstraction over abstraction, right? So first there was like React Native built an abstraction on top of that. These guys were like, let's go one step further, make one more. That's it, right? So that means that there's probably something like, for example, if you use just pure React Native with Apple's IDE, like you can do a bunch of really crazy shit. Like you can access the memory of your device. You can do push notifications any way you want, things like that. But you have to manually do a bunch of work. Whereas with this, you lose the ability to get that fine-tuned sort of control that you want. But the things that you can do are very easy, right? So it depends on what you want, right? So there probably are drawbacks to this. I bet you the animations are not super smooth. I bet you there's certain things that you just can't do here because they don't support it. But on the plus side, you can build a stupid little app like this in less than 2 hours. Not bad, right? And so the idea here is like, so it works just like just as you would expect, right? And this is basically a project we built already, right? So if you, which is the other, and that's one of the reasons why, I did this example is because I wanted you guys to be like, oh, here, we've already built shit like this already. If you look at this guy, the native base, so I was gonna search it. If you Google it, a native base is like the semantic UI for React Native. So they have all sorts of, they've got buttons, all sorts of crap that you can use, right? After having used this, I realized I don't really like it all that much. But there are others that are pretty good that I found that look really nice. Like I kind of think this is ugly as shit, but it got the job done, so it's all right. But if you look here, they've got all sorts of components, right? So like they've got, you see this guy? This little a top level thing. They've got a little thing on the.
CSS framework it has.
No, there's more. This is the first one I found. I guess this one's pretty popular. I found a few others, but I had to search a bit more. I mean, it's not going to be as sort of popular and expansive as HTML, right? But they've got badges. They've got basically almost everything that you can think of. And so this is what I used to create like my a UI, quote unquote. So I go back here now. And then we get these guys. So now these were all like React components. Okay, whatever. These are what? Or so NPM modules. These are components that someone wrote, right? That was written by the programmer, in this case, yes, me. And so if you look at it, we've got a folder called Flux, and it stores the store and the actions, right? So the way I structured it is I was like, all right, let's make a Flux folder. In here, I've got 3 things: actions, reducers, and store, right? So if I open up the store, for example, this looks pretty, right? So we have a list of to-dos. We've got a count and a completed, which are both 2 numbers that we can use to ship with, right? Whatever. And then we open up our actions, and the actions are, well, there's only 2 actions here, right? Because really, like, you can do 2 things. You can add a to-do, and you can complete one, right? And so the way this works is again, we pull in the reducers, the actions, pass in the old store and the props, right? Like, so this should be familiar-ish, right? And that's it. And then the reducers is where the actual code occurs, right? Where we have append, like to do, which will add one. We have complete to do, which will complete one. And I don't know if you guys remember, but the completed, we broke up into 2 arrays, and then we re-added and all that shit. So that's all. I mean, like, I didn't copy it over. I did rewrite it, but it's effectively the same idea, right? Now, a bunch of people asked me about this guy. Can anyone tell me what this means and why it's there? Preferably the people I may have talked to about it with.
It's okay, anybody.
Because you didn't ask me about it.
In place of the parentheses.
Right, exactly. So the idea is, if you take a promise, right? Promise is always like return something, right? So if I wanted to return like a 5, then in here I would have, this guy would be 5. You see what I'm saying? So I could have just done this as in like, because this promise doesn't resolve anything, it just resolves. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it'd be empty. But I don't want, but that's 2 characters versus 1. I was like, all right, whatever. And I saw it on some examples, and I thought it was kind of neat. You don't like it? Yeah, but right, if you don't like it, like, by all means, because it is kind of hard to read. But anyway, no, not at all, because it's a callback, right? So this is just an argument. It's just that you can't do that. That's the problem, right? Anyway, so here, we have a to-do, we push, all that crap, right? Whatever. And then someone else asked me about this. What's going on here? It's just sorting, but why is this fat arrow function backwards? It's less than or equal to. It's not a function, guys. So that's I didn't mean to do that. To be fair, I didn't even see this. Like, I was just trying to do a shortcut. here's the other totally okay way of doing it, right? Sort, and then it's a callback, and it returns stuff, right?
Wait, what the fuck is back with that one?
No, there is no backward. It's the less than or equal to.
It's just.
Oh.
Yeah. It's hard to read. Admittedly, it's one-liner, but it's kind of insane. So fair.
What the fuck?
But all this does is it takes the complete and I just sort it by when it was added, so that like it always keeps track of like the order that you initially put it in. That's it. What's up? Oh, or you mean? Yeah.
I like to mention something now.
Yeah.
You remember when we didn't want to teach ternary operators?
Yeah.
And somebody was like validating for it,
Wait, what is it?
like validating and going for using ternary operators. Vouchers for that sort of thing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Who? I don't remember, but probably I can see that. Well, I mean, here's the thing. The difference is 2 months ago versus 2 months later, right? Is that now I show you something. This is just a thing you can just like, oh, okay, fine. 2 months ago, you're like, what the fuck? Because maybe you aren't as comfortable anymore. So that's the thing, right? Like, as you go on, you'll see crazier shit, and hopefully it won't be as like world altering for you because it's like, okay, it's a thing that you can do. It's an operator. Oh, blah blah blah, right? Anyway, at least that's what I assume and hope, because that's kind of how I feel like it works. But is anyone not sure about this? About what's going? I mean, screw the specifics. Who cares, right? Like we've already built this before, right? On a high level, it's just that we have 2 actions. Therefore, each action must have its own reducer, and that reducer does a bunch of things, right? The first one, the append to do, will add an item to your list. The other one, complete to do, will actually toggle effectively, right? Which is why I can like add. There we go. So because this is an iOS, and you have to pretend you're tapping. So you gotta like tap that shit. And then, it's just that, right? And then comes I think, in my view, what was for me the hardest, which is this guy, the components. So we have 2, right? To do input and to do list. So if I open up the to do list, to do input, if you look here, it just, what do you think this does? The handle change. It's an on change, right? When the user types something, we update the current val. Why do we have to update that, and why is it a state? Right, and because the component is data like driven, every time the user types something, we have to store it into a state so that it can be re-rendered properly, right? So that's just the way it works. And then we're not doing a dispatch because that information is specific to that component only. When the user is done and hits the add button, that's when we want to actually dispatch an action that says add a new thing, right? If you look at the handle press, we usually call it like handle click or something. But the reason why we call it a press is, as you'll see, in iOS, and I guess maybe even Android, there's no concept of a click because like you're using your thumb. So there's presses and taps and stuff like that. And I think that handle press is just, that's what it's called. And then we have the actual render itself. And even here, up until here, it looks the same, right? It's all the same. It's just from here is where shit gets a bit different. And even then, it's not that bad, because if you're like, what the fuck's a form? Because an HTML form would be like that, right? If you look up, you see that we're pulling in form from, yeah. So it's some sort of thing that encompasses. So like we don't even have to know what the iOS default like tags are. I think it's like view. There's like instead of a button, they have like a touchable press or some shit like that. Like they have a couple of them. But what these guys did is they actually built an entire library out of it, so like, we don't have to care about it. What up, Jamie? No, it should be the same, but inside of native base, they probably deal with it. But I think React Native also cares. Like there might be 1 or 2 things that are specific to Android only or iOS only, but in general, a view will work the same way. And that's part of the reason why it's kind of nice, right? All right, and then we have our to-do list, which is what so the to-do input is. Which piece? of this app.
Okay, add to do.
Add to do and the add button itself, right? It's these two pieces, and the to do list is just this guy, right? And it can increase and decrease and all that stuff. So if we were to take a look, oh, maybe it's my code. If you were to look here to do list, in here, and the way it works is, again, we have a render. This list is something I pulled in, so they have a concept of a list and a list item. So all I had to do was just be like, all right, let me go ahead and draw these things. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, if you go to do input, the one thing to note is that instead of an on change, the event is called on change text. I did not know this, so I had to Google it out and find out. And it doesn't take an event object; it takes just the text. Because again, we are working in a different platform, so that's just the way that works. And I did it the other way, and I'm like, wait, it probably isn't working this way. And I was right, it wasn't. It works some other way. So I Googled around the React Native docs, and I found something. What's up?
If I wanted to like get specific, like the look and feel of this stuff, would I just inject the styling directly into those items?
Yeah. So
And then use JavaScript below it to inject CSS.
so there's no such thing as
I mean,
CSS.
it would be CSS, it would be JavaScript, but the syntactically. would be the same.
Right, yeah. But there's a lot of things that you cannot use. So if you look at the React Native docs, they have a concept of like a style sheet, which is an object with a bunch of keys, and they also implemented like the display flex pattern. So if you wanted to like flex a bunch of shit in one column, in one row and stuff, you can do that. But there's certain things that like there's no such thing as a position fix, I think. Or I could be wrong. Maybe they do, but not all of them are supported. There's a couple of things like that because it's not really CSS. It's really just you write CSS and they convert it into like whatever positioning system that iOS uses or Android uses. But if you wanted to update the look and feel, that is what you would do.
I would just like write style equals and then put the name of like.
They actually have a style.
Styles dot, and then
Yeah, they have a styles like module that you have to pull in
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
So if you go like React Native styles, there you go. It's the style sheet, as it turns out. So you do var, it's style sheet dot create, and then you can add like this is your class basically, and then these are the properties. You can have border radius, all this kind of stuff.
You had that.
What's up?
You were using it.
Oh,
You commented out.
I probably commented out. Yeah, because I didn't want to deal with it, but is it in main? Yep, right there. Exactly. They had it like the boilerplate I pulled in had it, but I'm like, I don't really want to write CSS, so I got rid of it. Yeah. Anyway, so if you look at the to-do list, again, all we do is we walk through every single list or to-do item in our list, and we do a map. And what we do is we build out like this row, right? So this is basically a row, and there's 3 parts. The first part is like the number, followed by the value, and then like I think this says when it was due or when it was created. So on Sunday and so forth. You see these guys? And then finally, I couldn't figure out how to position it properly, so I cheated and I just put everything in left, and then on the right, I just don't care. Whatever. Right? Because again, when you try to go deep onto the styling, that's when it gets a little weird. But again, that's fine because like you don't really have to worry about that too much, especially for the people who are doing an iOS thing. Like just use the regular ones and just try to get the functionality first, and then we can go back and tweak as much as we need to, or as much as we're able to, right? But yeah, so that's really it. The main point here was just to show you guys that hey, it's still doing this.props.dispatch. In fact, if there was a library for this, you could probably pull all this stuff in and it will work exactly the same. The only thing that would have to change are how you actually draw out. Like, do you put in a div or a span or a left or a view or an input or whatever? Yeah, there is. Yeah, if you look at the React Native docs, they'll have it. But like in this case, I'm using this guy, so you have to look at the docs for that. But same idea. Right, and it's just like reading the docs for like Bootstrap or Semantic UI. Same exact thing. They'll show you a structure, you copy and paste, and you go from it.
How do you just imported Native base? Like you had to download it or something?
Yeah, well, it's npm install. Yeah, so so like in terminal, I just found this guy. It was on my desktop. npm install this -- save. Or if you so to be fair, what I did was I just read the docs. So here they're like, oh yeah, you gotta do this, and then I had to do this one thing which I didn't know about, React Native link. It's like, okay, and then I did that, and then it was done. Yeah.
In to-do list, where you have complete, next, is that similar to the constructor method?
No, we didn't use any constructor at all here. Because remember how I mentioned that it was actually a mistake that we used constructor in there? I wanted to just show you guys an example of how you can use a constructor. We have to go back and update the internal state all the time. So here, just redraws, I don't give a fuck. And you should know for like a Redux or for our version, the store should always be a pure object. No functions. So for that reason is also why we didn't use a constructor. What's up?
I'm just wondering what the index.
What this does? Is that what you wonder?
Yeah,
Well, here, take a look, right? So this gets called where? On press complete, right? And then, oh, you know, I guess we don't even use the index. Is probably what you're saying. Yeah, because I'm not passing anything in, right? So index must be undefined, right? So I'm passing something that's undefined here, but that's okay because if you look at my reducers, I just do a push, so it doesn't matter. So there you go. I fucked that one up. It would have been fine if I just had it as like no options, but I guess for a while I was thinking I was gonna splice or something, but then I didn't. Any questions? So I mean, it was like a 10-minute crash course, but I think that like you know, again, the important thing to realize is that you are able to read this code just fine, right? Because the patterns are always going to be the same, right? What's going to change is the syntax a little bit, you know, the way you run certain things. Like again, for example, in this one, I didn't just go to npm like run watch or something. I had to go and open this guy up, file, open the thing, like whatever, right? But that's okay because once I did it, you know, it ran, everything is good. I can make a change, it'll show up, blah blah blah. So just keep that in mind. Yeah.
Have you used React Native?
Yeah, I built an app on it.
Built an app?
Yeah.
You find this much easier to-
So much easier because even with so I've built I think like 4 apps probably, right? And none of them have been pure native apps because I just don't know, you know, Objective-C and I don't want to fucking learn it. So the first I think 3 apps that I've built were with a different program. Oh, actually, I built 4 apps. Anyway, like the first few ones that I built use this technology called Titanium, which is an old school way of converting JavaScript to like iOS and stuff, or to Objective-C. And that was a pain because every time you had to build and push, it was like 35 different steps. And each time you did it, a different step would break. So then React Native came along and comparatively, React Native was so much easier because it was like a lot more well put together. It was very clear what to do, but it was still kind of fucked. Like it was still kind of annoying to do all that stuff. When I use this, I mean, I haven't pushed yet, so I don't know, but just like getting started with React Native took me like probably 2-3 hours to get everything going. I know for some people like it took you a bit longer, right? And then getting started with Titanium took me like 2 days or some shit. And getting started with this took me all of like 10 minutes. So like that's why it's nice, I think. It just saves a lot of time and I can just focus on coding and not the other shit. Yeah. Cool? All right, I'm gonna close this fucker. Can I stop this? I guess I can just kill it.
so, like, the main component doesn't need, like, you know, you call constructor super,
This guy?
yeah, so you don't need that here.
So we talked about this on Thursday, remember? Why do I not need it here? Anyone?
What, the constructor?
The constructor thing. Like,
Smart enough to know that you're going.
like why am I not doing this? No, that is not it. Exactly. So if I did the constructor, I'd be doing it like for this, right? Super props. What the fuck is that?
Your Spotify?
There's my Spotify. Thank you. What fucking weird ass music was that?
It's just Spotify.
Okay. Anyway, how did that happen? All right, whatever. Anyway, so you see this guy? So here, you set the state to be this, because that's what we need to do, right? In our controller app. But if you do this, it's the same exact thing, but now you don't have to do all this extra stuff. So that's all it is. Now you might need to do certain things in your constructor, in which case like you want to have it. But if you just want to set the state and you know what the state's going to be, it might be okay to just do it this way, right? But it's just a shortcut. I want to show you like both ways. And in general, if you wanted to set a variable on the prototype of app, like you could do it this way, right? So if you want to do like app.foo, like if you did like foo equals 5, now app.foo is 5. You see what I mean? Or like app.prototype.foo is 5, whatever. Yeah. All right, cool. So that's all we got, right? But that was just more of a Flux question, right? Like not really a React Native question. Does anyone have any other questions on this? Okay. Cool. So let's go on to the first problem, which is React Native or Flux Lite is what I called it, right? So Flux Lite should not be too bad. It's not meant to be too bad. The idea is, you know, I have a clone. I built a repo for you because you guys wanted like a Flux starter pack. So if you look at this guy here, if you look at here for like 2 more seconds. So if you look here, if you just copy and paste this guy, it'll just run, obviously. If you look at the JS, like what I've done is I've created an index.js to kickstart everything. It's very short. And then I've created a Flux, which kind of stores a whole bunch of stuff. The structure is slightly different. I think it's a little cleaner this way, but I'm not going to show it to you because I want you guys to kind of like read through it and figure it out on your own. But I want you, so if you, if I were to open this guy, which I think I can, hold on, let me see if I can open it here. Oh, it might be this guy. Yes, if you open this guy up, I have a counter, and right now, if you click the counter, it adds up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It keeps adding to the counter, but it uses Flux, right? So what you got to do is you have to update this so that not only can you click somewhere to make it go up, you can click somewhere else to make it go down, and that's it. Okay. All right, go. So go ahead and build it. Once we're done, we'll go over it, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay. Guys, if you guys are stuck with something, yeah.
We're not there, but. Easy way.
Oh, you too? That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Nice. Alright. What's up? Can you copy paste that? Copy paste that, right? Alright, so then
It's the same name as something we had before.
to do git status on it. You're a git. Okay. You have the wrong. So
I mean, you can make it.
But I can do that.
Wait,
I would just look at number two, on the list.
going to
I prefer doing export on each one, but you could do that second one.
but it's good.
Did you open
Your
it?
export function?
You
It's not
did
working.
right?
Alright.
So,
Yeah.
oh, okay. So, no, go back. That is show me where it's, go to action. Go back to this one. Save it. Yeah, now, check the build file. Or check, hold on, let's see if it, are you watching it? Good. The build, go back. Hit one. Yeah, big thumbs.
I'm
Go
already,
up, go up, go up, go up. No, go up in there.
I have
And then you do.
That's fine. Yeah, this is fine, it's because action to do, yeah, it should be, you're right. What's up?
Four of these this morning.
I try to chug like half a gallon of water.
You know, make yourself sick and throw up.
Yeah, no, I didn't get very far. I got like 1/4 of a gallon, and then I'm like, okay, I need space to make my Red Bull, and then just like 3 times an hour.
Caffeine dehydrates.
No, that's the last thing I did. The caffeine.
No, it's true.
Where I just got some.
That's not really fun. I don't know, that's what my dad told me. No,
I-
everything he says because he's a doctor.
Yeah,
That's
that's what I always know.
Took it to the Google machine.
what's in the book?
Don't appear to increase the risk of dehydration. That's right. They don't, yeah, they don't make you dehydrated, they just have a vial. So it's just really the.
Thank God, 'cause
No.
I drink a lot of it. No, but the caffeine is actually good for you.
Yeah.
Moderation.
Yay!
Use a lot of.
Bullshit.
Caught up.
Okay.
See, listen.
Caught up.
Listen, I haven't done this in another.
You got it?
Listen, like the other was I did the button on test man. I just passed it as action. I just named it action. Testing. So I passed
Okay,
action.
that's right. Yeah, work on the space, that's fine. Nice.
Fucking yelling for it, I don't even
Use one?
Glass.
Uh,
Just going like this thing.
Hold on, click.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
You have 2 options. I think the best thing to do probably is just
Why didn't show you how to work?
look at my.
I just wonder.
The hand click, right? Here, look what I would do is I would say E and Y.
Oh, why don't we like
Should increase
like
those
here?
And here, you can say, all right,
Oh,
Yeah,
you
that's-
click outside of them, so you wanna give outside of them, that was like,
and then here you can be like, all right,
Yes.
okay.
num.
Oh, we
You
can
can
do
say,
that.
it can be like, well, yes, you can do the interesting thing, but if you wanna be like a little, you should increment,
Because
then
when
one,
Create
Otherwise-
Counter is being called inside of app of the correct app.
that way, now you're actually.
Counter's been called outside of app, so what you're trying to do is get
Here,
this dead
so I'm guessing it's
and
up
on
in
click.
index, right? It'll be
Or like,
Index
I think
plus.
something like that, what you gotta do.
options right? And so now it should plus or minus. I just know it, right? That's more or less, right? Yeah, no, which is fine too. It's totally okay to do it too, but like, I just. And if you want, like, you could, instead of doing things, like, you just say, like, num and Python plus one and minus one, and here that will work. Very comfortable way.
This,
Now here's the thing, now that you're done, while we wait, while you wait, take a look at the next one, sorry, that one has a very interesting. What'd you say?
Alright, so right now I have like this, which is totally wrong.
Why do you have two?
Because
Sorry?
I'm trying.
I mean, well,
If you want a button, well, I was gonna change to a button later.
so no. So like what I said was, I just need you to go up and down. You can use buttons if you want, you can use anything you want, right?
Okay,
So if you wanna add a button, you're by all means.
okay.
If you don't wanna, if you wanna do something else, like you wanna have two, that's fine too.
I'm just trying to like, I'm just gonna put like a sign, right, sign, maybe, and just, you know.
Sure, okay, fine. So then here's the thing, if you're gonna do that, like, first thing you gotta do is write the DOM elements for it, right?
Okay.
So I would say get rid of that second
Oh,
H2
yeah, well,
and
that's me then.
just add two buttons, plus and minus, right? And then add an on-click
Yeah, oh, yeah,
of
I'm
the
not doing
buttons,
it today.
Okay.
where just
That's
use
only
console.log first, right? Again,
Yeah,
built
that's
from,
I
you know,
can't-
real
I
basic
can't
control.
wait today.
I mean, that's not terrible. I mean, why
Well,
do we need to-
well, I mean, I see what you're doing there, I'm just saying that like, okay, that's fine, but now, like, you don't have your H1, if you want that, that's fine. You see what I'm saying? But like, what I was really saying was, you could do that, then why not do something like this?
So I'll drive it to you.
Yeah, you got definitely.
That's just like what it is.
You know, and then you can say, instead of doing counter up, just say, okay, plus, right, does that make sense? And then just minus. That's what I was kind of going for. You see?
Hey.
Now you got two buttons, and then you can say, all right, I don't need this shit anymore.
I might have to
Now you got this, and then now you gotta set it up, so the minus actually pretty cool. You see? But that means you guys know how to click it, you know, I'll let you know.
Sorry.
What up?
Does this make sense to you? Alright, so what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to just not a second to it.
Okay.
So,
So to be value, okay.
Right.
and then
Yeah,
it's
maybe this is.
classes.
So the one thing is, you don't wanna use a document vector selector here, right? Because like that's like we should only deal with data. You see? So what you should do is maybe pass in like a number or some shit in here that you just add by. See, so like you're trying to figure out if you should go up or down, right? I would say do that in here.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
okay.
So let me hear. Let me see. You got a div. You got an unclick. The first. Oh, so you got. The one thing you should know about React is that like, you see how you have two divs and they have no parent. That won't fly. So you can only have one root, right?
Probably online.
So I mean, it's good to know now, right? Like, as you were saying. So like, what I would do is maybe if you have these two buttons. What if you did that? Put it like here. And then do one more. So you don't need this anymore, right? And then what you can do here is, so you want to use one action, right? Is that what you're trying to go for?
Yeah.
So you know what I would do? Handle click maybe, let's add like some number or something. So here you pass the one, and for the one to go down, you pass the minus one. And then you pass through here, and then over there, you just add it. Right? You know what I mean? But like, you want to obviously like, do this again for the deeper stuff.
No, you don't need that.
Alright, so try that, see what that does.
If you want to.
So it doesn't have to be,
Class name. It should be class.
oh, yeah, right.
Okay, so that. Why does it matter about that? I use GSC.
We're gonna get that.
Alright, so you can see if it built.
I mean, yeah, you can do it, this is that key balance.
Oh, it's still not. Curious.
Oh, because it's inside, like this is an object, and you're doing it stable in the object.
Oh.
Get rid of that jacket.
Here.
Get rid of that part. Right, first and right, that is below there.
That's how you.
No, below that. See that built? Looks right, yeah, okay, good, good, okay, built. Obviously still not gonna work.
Oh, yeah. So
You know, why don't you just like refresh your system? Yeah. Yeah, that's about right, right?
If you want to, I'll watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how would you do this?
So you guys, yeah, what's up?
It's like she's asking like, she's trying to figure out the same way I'm trying to figure out how to like tell it to increase. So we created another action, you know, another.
Okay, so you create another action, right? Okay, fine. So if you have that, then can't you just, in the button, just add like, add two buttons, right?
Yeah.
And then one button called the actually increase, and the other button called the actual decrease.
Yeah, but you need two buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like, well, you're gonna need two of something, right? Because it's two different actions. I mean, if you want to be fancy, you can be like, oh, on mouse enter, mouse leave, or whatever. But in general, I think you're gonna need two buttons.
Let's do that.
No, I would say stick with the buttons. I mean, I guess technically it's a little easier, but
Okay, so we have to have.
so one thing is this is fine, but like, I think all caps or domain all caps.
With all the matters.
Cool.
I'm doing anything I
So
can.
you're okay, so you got two, right? Okay, fine. Okay.
Okay, so now I have another action.
So that's so okay, good. You have that. Let's take a look at your actions now. Okay, go to your bunch more.
Yeah, and now I need to render, I need to.
Build, okay.
Button.
Go ahead, run. Why don't you do this? Instead of making them EMs, yeah.
Vue.js.
click in the div. So just move it in.
Down.
Yeah.
So what you're not-
Click
Is
to
that-
Wait, what did you do?
But then in your.
move the on click into
I know, but.
Yes.
yeah, only when you click that.
Right, I'm very proud of myself of having a moment.
No, decrease.
Oh, like another one of those. It's
Yeah.
a special reaction and they're called. Damn. So I need you to give me a pat on that person.
What's up?
I did.
Let me see.
I don't have to do the next step. I just know what.
Good job.
Thank you.
Just
Right here.
Girl,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Because
Right, that's
when you're
so
at-
awesome.
Amazing. Yeah, you already created. Yeah, that's my. Yeah.
And I decreased it.
Yeah. So then you're. Yeah.
Right.
That's why.
Okay, no.
You know, they know what, at this point, I'll say, just one thing.
Yeah. Brittany did it. Why is everyone favoring Rich? Oh, you did it for me. Congrats. No. No, I didn't know. That's awesome.
It's hello.
And that's where you can amplify everything there.
Yep.
The second one, just like that, copy that
I'm
line.
shocked. I know.
I would be
What's so weird about it?
I don't know, it's just weird syntax. I wouldn't even, don't.
Then you change it to
I wanna
decrease or whatever.
like.
Man, Brandy's
Yeah.
divorced girl.
No, and here it's.
So like mine, you gotta pass in.
I think it's
Yeah, you gotta have a handle, but you gotta have a number. Then in the handle click, and call it. That's one, and then negative one, yes. But then in the reducer.
The computer's gonna die.
YOLO. Thank you, though.
Something.
Ooh, let me go see what's up with my side chick.
Oh.
The other class is what I'm talking about.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're gonna play them.
Actually, yeah, if you plug in there, it's a little bit easier. If you don't mind. You have space, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, I do.
Thanks, guys.
Alright, so for me, that was like easier.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that.
Oh, you say so right there?
So you see.
Oh, you missed me.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's where I can't, you just can't
Real quick,
find
over
it.
to-
It's not.
Yeah, you missed me.
Okay, so it's not any of this. Sorry.
So what I would do is.
Close and parentheses, open again.
I don't have it open. Or do I? I'm minimizing.
Okay, so I would put screen down. I don't know what to do, but that's what I would look for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look for any form of my hashtag.
Here?
Oh,
I don't say. Yeah.
So
No, I rewrote it already. I just have to add a button. So I did it backwards. So I did, should have called it different, but I just called it line change.
Oh, I didn't.
It anyway, I didn't revert it. I changed it in here. Or I added it.
So you,
Is that wrong?
it's not wrong. I just didn't create
Okay, I just, that was the easiest way
Dude,
to do it.
there's like almost nobody in that class. It's almost like half of the class didn't show up.
Oh, they're gone?
No, I don't know if they're gone. There's
Okay.
just somebody and nobody like dropping the
combination for
Right.
Oh,
Almost nobody in there.
But no, you gotta choose, function. I'm still trying to figure that part out.
Well, I
Because obviously
did.
you got a call.
Yeah, I
and
did.
a
I did
call,
that. Yeah, I did actually. I just thought it'd be easy.
You just gotta import it, that's all.
what you call.
So,
Yeah, that's all it is, so.
do your, run watch. I did decrease index instead of update. So we're in the same spot. We're doing the same thing, I just needed something different. Yeah,
I just put one click on the.
yep. We did the same
Oh,
thing.
sure.
But I just-
But I don't know.
Let's see,
And
why,
I reduce it went to.
why you touching the number?
So,
Because
where is
if you
that
pass a
going?
number, right, you're calling that function when you press either of those buttons and you pass the
I don't know,
number
I'm saying.
to this function called number. But you're not doing anything with number.
Yeah.
So
Ah,
when you
okay.
pass, this function always gets called, and then you always run this action update IDX. And update IDX always does just one thing. So you have to do something with that number to let it know if it's implementing or decommenting or.
But, I mean, yeah, you're probably right, but, well, no, you got this right, you're passing in the number, right, plus or minus. So he's just gonna add, that's what you're doing, right?
Yeah, so I
The
saw
nut,
that.
well, show me your
So-
producer,
so
what do you got?
now
Yeah, I'm trying to, like,
Okay, well, here's the thing, so you're passing in two arguments into handle click, right,
But
it's
you
the
also have
problem,
to import it.
You got two here,
Because I
right? E and M,
exported it.
are you passing in two here?
Yes. It says
Oh.
your-
That's your first
and
step,
you also
right,
have to
pass that in,
have-
and then you can
You also have
figure it
to
out.
import counter
so,
because.
yeah.
But you don't really need to.
Why? I didn't change filter.
Worry about that later.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So once you pass that guy in, like now you'll be able to pass. Remember, it's also just the distribution. What, we always pass
So
an
I'll
object
have to
as an
add
object,
this
right?
somewhere.
So it'd be an object with nothing,
Oh.
always.
Touch the string.
No, you pass in the action name, so option is an object, if you don't pass anything, that's fine. If you pass something in, it better be an object.
Okay.
Is you, which is yours?
That's just.
I think.
Yeah,
Wait, so you said passing an object?
with one key called num.
Nice.
Number. Right, I mean.
The number, yeah.
You pass the name of the action, you pass in two arguments, name of the action and then an option, object, right? But if you don't pass the option, object, it's fine, but if you can pass something in, it better be an object.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
So,
So, what's the hard part?
And then do you do this?
There's one thing that's really hard, I think it's this.
Like when you call update, first you have to go to actions. Actions compare process,
Yeah.
runs like load store, options. Well, how do you?
Hard part
Okay,
is.
I need a second.
You learn the
This is the only one that.
Oh, so, what's it
It's
called?
on.
Options
Ours are
that
doing
you
the
have.
same thing like that.
So when
So
you
I
run-
didn't change.
That's
it.
smart.
I just right here. So
Thank
you
you.
pass in another stuff,
Like,
which is gonna be
going to
the
fit
options.
and then do.
Because there's a bunch of options.
So in your options, that would be num, so you pass it num to
Maybe
update
that.
IDX.
Thank you.
So inside of your reducer, your options, if you load your options,
I
you
don't
see your
know.
plus or minus, so
What's up?
options should have your plus or minus, things that you're passing in, and you build your logic from there. So,
What's up?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to.
This is where we're at right now.
I'm not calling the other action to decrease,
Wait, so. You got two buttons, right? This
Yeah.
and this.
but they're not doing anything.
Cause you have.
I'm not dispatching.
Yeah,
The
you
other
just have
options.
to slide.
Well, it's because you're just touching on the div, so every time anywhere on this div is gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
So we have to do with this guy.
That's because I don't know what to do here.
So I have to move that.
Yeah, to
What the fuck was
You have
that
to
for?
move it to the.
Index, like this.
EM, right?
Okay.
Now,
That's,
And
and then saying.
Yes, it was like, right now,
Are
you
you
just wanna see what
watching?
options.
you are. Hit save.
See num one, like the different. So now
The
with your
number
logic,
building.
based off of things. Right?
There you go. Better. You see? So now it goes up, now you gotta make the other one.
What?
So I put it in here.
So I looked at what I was going in Ohio, the white people down, like there's nothing to do for miles.
Really? Where? You go?
Milford or something like
Milford?
that. Milford, Ohio. I'm gonna be in a hotel for hours, hating my life.
There will be a gym. Fine.
Oh yes. Oh, that's all I need. Too much of gym.
Gym and probably basketball for someone. That you probably just rent a car, find a court, just play ball. Kidding?
I'm gonna
And you're away from family.
I'm gonna come like Jack if I have a gym right there. in the same building.
There's gotta be one. There's gotta be. Unless they put you in like a Holiday Inn or something.
I'm just gonna go get an Airbnb like that.
Mine
Yeah.
fucking
So
broke.
counter
I'm
changes.
slow.
So for the class counter,
Oh,
for the,
that's right.
first action update,
I'm gonna
IDX,
fix that issue.
update underscore IDX.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you,
Find an
now we
Airbnb.
have another
That's
action, like, to
Yeah.
decrease, and I'm trying to figure out how to.
I did personally.
So you should have a second word.
Did you do a whole other class for the counter?
I can't work for you, so.
One other class, but you just, you did another handle.
Oh, okay.
You finished? Ooh.
My shit broke, so.
I did,
It was by.
Go to the,
And I added another, and that changed.
no, I'll tell you what's wrong.
Before you just jump into that, because I need to see what you're being doing. So if you go to actions tab,
So it's pointing to
Yeah,
that, so
that's,
that's.
so
you
now I
doing
need that,
something wrong
right,
there.
yeah, so make sure.
then I get.
For- What's on line 14? Go back to your phone, wherever that is.
And what you need to do is, these are two functions. You realize handle, like,
I didn't change
is a
this.
function.
Oh,
So
yes,
it's
it
the
is.
same function,
Yeah.
you need to rename handle.
You're exporting to different
Okay,
classes.
so if I'm, so.
Actually, no, you're
now
exporting to
really
default
is-
classes. Remember, you only export one default class.
Oh, shit. So would it just be export class?
And then-
Yeah, but why are you exporting
Yes,
on
but I
both?
want to make both buttons personal. That's how.
Oh, this isn't good here, sorry. So you should be.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's a function.
There is no file.
So the first function is adding, and the second function is.
I will wait for when he goes over.
Okay.
But, you don't need a no file. Come shit, what?
Oh, no, sorry.
You know,
How many some pages do you have?
I don't know, this is my computer, I can borrow it. So let me- I got.
Well, I bet you did it more complicated. Right? I bet you did.
Oh, same thing's the same. Alright, well,
It's probably complicated, all right?
I think you're thinking too hard. Fuck it. Look at it.
I think you were- I think you were-
Don't worry about the date. There's time, right? Look here. I'm like,
Okay, so let's.
So, alarm date March 9th, so like 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Yeah. So this is right. Do 5, do 5 a.m. If you want, so look, I don't really care about this that much. The whole point is you want to, right?
That's how I
So if
made
you want to do
it.
it military time, you can do that too. So instead of 5 o'clock, like
Are you
5 a.m.
kidding me?
to 5. If it's 5 p.m., it's 17, whatever.
I mean, that's
Just
how I do
don't worry
it.
about the date. Right? The hard part here is really this, your alarm going off. That's the part that's crazy. Everything else is not that bad.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, make sure.
I just was crazy.
But like I said, there's a problem. That listeners don't all the whole thing. One that stretch it out.
You actually renamed it. I did not rename it.
I just used what was there.
But is that how we go about storing the data?
Well, no, because the data option already has all that stuff.
Yours is more complicated. Get out of here. Yes.
Or I just do it like, I mean, if I'm gonna build my own somewhere, like if I'm gonna build my own way that deals with data, yeah, I would need one of those. But I wouldn't put it in the store. I'd probably put it in like a different like, no, put it in like this file and I call the function that's at the end of the day.
So now,
So you already
that's
have
what
to-
it's doing. So now you want to implement.
I'm mad that it's.
I'm like, this is just one way. There's like a general way to approach it. You gotta find your method and what you like. But from here, you're gonna start like, what you like, this, because this action. All that.
You type like
action,
16 extra 1,000 words.
So you could do something like, what's the way Rich did it? You pass in a number for increment and decrement, so one, negative one.
That's what I did in producers.
Very.
So do you know where this is coming from? Go back to where you take action.
Yeah.
Do you know where that's coming from? So.
Okay,
it's not
so,
wrong.
okay, it's not, so you have two different reducers,
My-
two different things, which is completely
Where's
fine.
my
But
So-
is it fine to put those in the same file?
That's coming from there.
It is fine, because that's what we're gonna start, like, reducers are functions for your actions.
Right.
Take away one.
Yes, so the way you've done it, you created another reducer, which is fine, so you do your actions. So now you have two actions, which is perfectly fine. You don't wanna change this one, what is this?
I don't know, I thought
No.
I had to differentiate that, I don't know if
See-
that's wrong or not.
No, it's fine. You don't have to separate them. So you can do copies. So,
Oh, sure, yeah, because they're the same.
Okay, and then I have to copy this line and then.
No, cool.
and this is
Well,
updated.
why am I gonna pass me action?
Yeah. Oh, no.
But I think he wanted to. You think yours?
I'm talking about what he wanted. What he wanted, I did.
No.
This should
It
work.
was,
It should work.
it's not-
You know this.
The entire thing?
I said, I think he wanted to go to that.
I told you.
Went through the process.
You're laughing, it's right there already.
So you gotta bring in, obviously, I wanna do, which would be.
So just like, okay, this is.
No.
No, that's right.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna do mine.
So now you have
So
this
if you-
action to implement, this action to decrement, which they're doing, so,
There.
so now here, all you have to do is just call
So that you see,
the right,
these are obviously the
actions. How would you do that?
So would you do a separate export class?
No, not yet, that's no way to.
I don't understand how to do it though, because that's in counter, and then I have an uncounter.
Right, so this is,
Sorry about
this is a dispatch
This cycle
that
we'll talk
tells
about.
this
You got
one
your
which
question, right?
IDs to run, which
This
these
cycle
to
is
run.
hardcore, I think.
Right now,
Oh, I
it's
see what
running
you're
this.
saying.
What do you got?
So now you need a way to say when I click this button, on this.
Some people feel like,
Oh, 'cause you still got the damn handle too.
Would you do else?
Oh,
No, it's real here.
Well, there's different ways to do it, just keep that in mind, so I'm just gonna show you one way.
That,
Oh, great, okay.
so that's the way to logic is, so that's the way to go.
That one.
Yeah, you'll have to break it.
Are you gonna be back soon?
Yeah, we'll just.
I might just get started. I mean, you gotta work or whatever. All right, guys, let's go through this. Let's touch base, and then let's give you guys a break and so forth. All right?
Alright,
Yeah.
do you understand it though?
Yes.
So you'll be able to explain it?
God, yeah, I'm just mad that it's that easy and I never did.
Yeah, you didn't need to create a whole new file, that was overkill.
I cannot.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you.
Maybe everything's in place.
So, you about to go over it?
No, I might go over it.
I'm gonna be at 5 o'clock. While I don't break it.
I mean, if we went over.
All right.
I'm so happy when they get it.
Unfortunately, that was the light.
I know, right? That was the light
That was the
one.
light one. Yeah. Yours is so
Yeah, that was a light one.
So Unix.
No, I told you we didn't need it. So we used
As soon as this thing installed, we'll get started. I should install Yarn, man.
When I finished, I looked over and then Paul was like, "Oh, just call that."
We'll see how much.
I was like, "Give me a break. I've not been doing this."
I was like, shut up, Papa. All right, here you go. NVM run, watch. All right, my friends, let's do this, shall we? All right, so sure, save whatever, man. The hell is this? Fuck you. All right, file. Whew, it's gonna be a long day. All right, my friends. So let's. Where's my stat? Ah, there it is. Okay. So as you know, it's a standard flux thing, right? We got an index. So if you take a look at it, it looks like index is calling something called main, right? Yes? Okay. So before we even talk about how to do it, let's just take a look at how the file structure works, because I changed it up slightly, right? If you noticed. I hope it didn't trip anyone up, but I kind of think it's cleaner because, like, in this way, you never really have to touch main ever. You add reducers, you add actions, you add store, that's fine, but that's it really, right? So the way it works is if you look at main, all this does is it defines the dispatch, it defines a render where we pass in the entire store and the dispatcher, and that's it. And then the app itself can be anything, right? For your components, like whatever you want. And we could probably even build it slightly differently where instead of passing this, we return a function that we have a function that returns main so we can pass it in from here. But anyway, in fact, I might do that. So the idea is what we need to do is if I were to open this guy up. Oh, sorry. Shut up. Index search, I guess. Oops. I need this so that it increments and decrements, right? So there's a few ways of doing it. I think the simplest thing to do is maybe add 2 buttons, right? That seems that makes the most sense to me, a plus and a minus or something, and then just go from there. So if we're gonna do that, you know, what's the first thing that we need to do? Add 2 buttons, right? Where do I add these buttons? Counter, right? And you can find out because like app starts everything and it just has one thing called counter. You go to counter. Oh, there's a dispatch. Oh, here's my H1 and so forth, right? I assume everyone got there, right? Okay. So what we're gonna do is instead of having an EM, we can say, all right, button, right? Class name equals to, I think it was a button, whatever, plus. We can do it again for our minus, right? Row. Oh wait, it just showed up, right? Plus, minus. Right now, if you notice, it's being clicked. You know, it works everywhere, right? Why? On clicks on the div and not on the button where it should be, right? So let's go ahead and add that right now. So now, because I moved it, if I click here, will it increment? No, because it's now on the plus, only on the plus, and the minus doesn't do anything either. Okay, so far so good? All right, now let's take a look at how the actual click occurs, right? Like, we didn't really explore that, but let's explore it now. So first step is, all right, so it calls a dispatcher or whatever. We know that a dispatcher always calls an action. So let's open it up. Here we are. And in the action, we have, okay, update index, and that calls what? A reducer called update index. So we go to reducer, update index. Oh, it just adds 1, easy. Now, what's the easiest way to make it subtract 1? Add another action, right? It's the easiest way, right? It might not be the best way, but it's the easiest way. What's up?
I don't think that's the easiest.
I think it's the most straightforward, right? And here's why: because you're just repeating yourself. I mean, that's why it's bad, I think. But you're saying, okay, instead of updating index, maybe you do like increment, and then you do one more that does what? Increment, right? And then maybe what you do is instead of update index, we can do like increase index and decrease index. But I'm doing so. All I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, you know what? Instead of having one action, I now want two actions, and they will map to two different function calls. What's up? Thank you. Decreate. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Increate, decreate. All right, so fair? Will this work right now? Obviously not, right? There are two issues I can think of. What's the first one? What's up? Yeah, no, yeah. So these actions are not being called anywhere, and also I gotta import, right? So those are the two. So let's import these guys. So if I have more than one, I like to do it like this. Right? But if I'm gonna import them, I should probably shut up. Call them, right? Export function increase. Right, old store options. I don't really need options anymore, but whatever. Recreate again. Right, something like that. Word, thank you. Oops. There. Okay, not too bad. And then, now do you want to build this piece, or do you want to go back and wire up the buttons first? We're already here, might as well, right? Word. Okay, now here's a question. Do we need to pass in anything from the options, or are we good? What's up? Yeah, because it's just saying increase and decrease, right? Bless you. I mean, theoretically, one thing you could do is maybe if you wanted to update like by, if you want to update the number it increases by, you could do that. But let's keep it as simple as we can, right? So we're gonna say, all right, return promise.resolve, right? That then underscore, and here we just say, all right, return object.assign, right? Old store index is index plus 1. Yeah, is that fair? We just take it, we add 1 to the current index. Oh, but I should probably, it's really just this exact function, right? I kept it around because I want to change this one to use the quote unquote right. So just so you guys can see them all. And this one, what's the only difference? So collect that fucker, right? Fair? Now that we have that, and we have this, what's left? What do we do with the button? So we have, right, we have, I'll click on the increase, but is this gonna work right now? You have to update the name, right? Because the action is called update index increase now. Fair? So in this one, before it was this, but this no longer exists. So just that. So if I go back and hit refresh, right? Plus, it works. We just have to get this one to work, right? So that's very easy now, right? All I do is repeat myself again. Handle, click, like decrease maybe. What's up? I don't understand. Fair? Add two actions, now we define it and so forth. I go back. Not bad, huh? Make sense? Okay. Now you guys want to see it with one action, right? All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll just create a new file for it. Okay. I'll call it component. Counter one.js. Is that okay? And so how would I swap out counter with counter V2? This guy? Am I done? Okay, fair. So I created a new file that's going to use the other way. Okay, and it already has all this, but I'm going to have handle click. I'll bring back update index. This is gone now. These can both be handled for now. Okay, we'll come back to this. All right, let's go ahead and because we have a new action, update index, we should probably add a new action for it, right? Fair. Copy this entire thing. All right, now let's go to the reducer. What's up? Thank you. Good looks, guys. I'm gonna be a little slow today, probably. All right, fair? Right now, what this should do is it should just always increase, right? Why? Yeah, the update index reducer still +1 plus. We're calling handle click for both, which is doing index 1, right? Now, here's the thing. We want to have one action, but we need to have two actual effects from it, right? If I click the plus, it should go up by 1. If I click the minus, it should go down by 1. How do I use one function but get two outcomes? What can I do? Martin? So, right, I should probably pass in an arg, right? So, like, maybe like a 1 to go up by 1, and maybe a -1 to go down by 1. So I'm going to pass down like by how much, right? And maybe here I can say, okay, like num, call it, equals to 1. What does this do? By default, it's going to be 1 if I want to subtract, and which means I don't have to do this even. That's really up to you if you want to be clear. But here it's like if it's going to go up by 1. If it says -1, it'll go up by be such a -1 instead. Is that fair? So remember default values, right? Here's where it's useful. So in here, am I done or do I need something else? Yeah, I got to pass this in as an option, right? Now, can I just do this? Is that okay? No, why not? So it's a convention, right? We're holding ourselves to the standard that all options are passed in as objects, so we can pass in an arbitrary amount of them, right? So for that reason, I'll say, all right, num, done. So, well, if I click here, what will the value of num that's being passed be? 1, right? If I click here, what will the value of num being passed in be? -1. Is that clear to everybody? Yes? Everyone following along? Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. So, okay, do I touch actions at all? Not really, right? I just need my reducer. And in here, I've got my index, and I have to say const num equals to what? Correct. And here, I just do index plus. Refresh. Plus, minus, minus, plus, plus. It's fewer lines of code, and it's definitely the cleaner approach. But if you're not sure, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, I think the more straightforward way is 2 because it just makes sense. But this is definitely more reusable because here's the thing: if I want, and my friend, this is what's really fun. If I do something like math.floor, right? Math.random. What's up? Exactly. Now it'll go by a random number. 9, 14, 21. What? That's kind of cool. No? And then it always goes back to the number. You see what I mean? So like so it's clear. So the reason why it's clear is because you can like you're no longer bound to like 1. Oh, it always goes up by 1 or 2, right? Now you can be like, oh, it doesn't matter. Go up by 5, 15. Go up by like whatever. Anyway, so that's it. That's what it is. You guys probably want a break, right? So let's do a break. When you come back, we're gonna first plan out the alarm clock app, and then I want you guys to get started on it. Okay? All right, go for it. Yeah, break. Oh yeah, come back at what? 12:30? No, come back at. Okay, fine. Come back at 12:45. All right, it's got 15 minutes. 17 minutes. Yeah. Call Geico.
Oh my God, what
Percent or more.
is all the time?
What up?
Who's going
Not
there?
to-
Oh, yeah. Oh, you called.
Wait, shit, I missed it. What, how did you?
Yeah, there's a bunch.
What are you doing?
I am not gonna.
One?
Yeah.
Pass it into
So,
my-
Yeah.
well, here he changed
Because, like,
it, he made it random.
Like, what is it? If you vote-
See, like, it's getting passed in the option. No.
No.
Random.
Just copy and paste.
Because just to show the reusability, he changed their first button
You said
Like,
like.
it's
just like-
with no option to be this, not equals
So I would
random.
right? So like, all you gotta do, right?
And then,
is-
but
It's just disgusting.
if you do get something passed in,
Gross.
this one,
Negative one.
yeah, so by default, you do not equals random.
If you go to
But if
the,
you actually get something passed in,
so if you go to the reducer.
I would need
yeah,
So what's he
and
doing?
then,
Oh, I see.
yeah, he just passed in none from options. That's it,
Think
he just
that
added some in the options.
with buttons or whatever, right? I mean, it works. That's great, but here's the better report. Now that they built, you can probably see it, right?
I need to sit.
Lane, you about to give me some food? Yeah, like that.
No, he wants a Pikachu. All right,
I know where you're gonna kick the ball.
gotta catch him well, bro. Yo, I'm getting some fans on Instagram off my cat pics.
Yo, this is hilarious.
You like this morning?
I had the fucking cat bob in his head.
Yo, how do you do that to the cat, bro?
What do you mean?
That the cat just does that?
Yeah, it's voluntary, bro.
That's funny.
It's voluntary and camera tricks and shit. Like, yeah, I gotta get a little creative. But I'm stressing myself.
Express yourself.
I'll do that again, bro.
Whatever.
I don't know, man. It gets a little weird at 3 a.m., man. I just got like some Red Bull in me. I gotta do
Man,
this.
at 3 a.m. I was drunk out of my
Nice.
marbles. And tonight I will be drunk again. And it's a big celebration tomorrow, and I'm not gonna remember what the fuck I'm doing. Dude, I feel old now. I'm fucking 26.
Oh my God, man, shut
Shut
up.
Now, I'm 26, bro.
Shut up. I'm older than both of y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You June 6th? Hey, Gemini Squad.
No doubt.
Everyone turned 26. Shit, man.
Yeah. Like he's going back on some Benjamin Button type stuff. Sheesh. Dude, I'm playing my best date ever. Like, fucking dinner in the day, club, and then a walk on the pier. Cool, give me. Who's a nice soiree that's popping?
Ooh, good. There you go. How are you gonna fucking build this alarm clock app? Let's figure it out. Oh, that makes sense. What's up?
Control components.
Control, like, so you mean like a controlled form thing? Yeah, I mean, so I guess all the ones we've done so far, like the input and stuff, they're a bit all controlled because the only way that you can actually see what's in them is if you do an on change and update the state. So that's the real like difference, right? But what's nice about that is then if you need to take the value of that input and do something with it, you don't actually have to do e.target anything. You just have it in your state. So you don't need access to it.
State.
All right, I know I'm gonna do this. Yep, that's how it's gonna work. That should do it, right? Okay. All right, fuck it. I know what to do. This is easy. I feel good about this. That's good. Meanwhile, I'm back at the ranch. Someone's phone's buzzing. I mean, like, whatever, but I'm just saying. Check out all this fucking Lua, man.
I don't know.
What?
Check if Linda's alive or not.
Oh, that's true. She's been sick. Here, I'll ask her right now. Last time she checked and she's like, "Hey, I'm still dead." I'm like, "Okay." I mean, there's much I can say. Like, "Oh, stop." Like, I don't know. I'm sure your mom would be like, "What the fuck?"
Eventually, but I'm saying like, I'm hoping like class, somebody would like be like, she didn't come to class.
Well, trust me, you'll start smelling soon enough.
Apparently, they've been building. I came home and they were like taking out all these like gross wet boxes. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Apparently, there was like a hoarder on the 4th floor of my building. I'm assuming maybe she like died and started to smell. Maybe they found her.
That's crazy.
That's just my assumption.
You know, some hoarders actually get buried in their own shit. They get stuck and die that way.
So bad.
That's crazy.
So that may happen to you.
I feel bad for those people though. People would know. People would know within 20 minutes of me dying, because I get fucking people texting all day, and if I don't reply, they freak out. So. Yep. Yeah, it makes sense.
See why I don't fucking like cats, man. Tricky little
Bro,
things.
that's pragmatic, man. Like, here's the thing: if you were stuck in a cell, all right, if you were stuck in a cell and like with another human or some shit, and the human dies, you probably start eating them too. I mean, it's gross, but it's true. I don't think so. Like we think that. Like, yeah, that's gross, but I think.
That's disgusting shit.
Yeah.
Wait, what up? What'd you say?
So probably the best thing is like if you're one of those people who like survives a boat crash or something like that, and now some boat like straight for like 4 days, and it's just you and another person, you're gonna kill that motherfucker. Dude.
Yep, you will. I think so. I think.
There's no way. Like you will literally not survive. Like 5 or 6 days without you.
And the other part of it is that like you can't choose not to, because like it's like instinct, right? Yeah.
Listen, I jump in that water and call it a day. Fuck that.
I mean, first you probably eat the rats, but like eventually you get it. You get
No
it.
rats. I'm calling it a day. Just jump in that water.
Yeah, I'll be like, you told me.
I'm like, oh, you want to just strangle me, make it quick, and you can have my body. I'm good. You eat
No.
the fucking
We were.
dead human.
I was talking about it somewhere yesterday, but it's like if the world, if like the apocalypse like happens or like a nuclear or some shit, and I'm still alive, I'd be like, fuck this shit, man. Like, why?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Because it's like there's no Red Bull, there's no like, there's like.
I don't want to be the last survivor suffering.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be like I want to fuck that shit, man. I like living in 2017 because it's nice. I have like computers and shit. Like what am I gonna do?
I would want to go early though. I don't want to be one of the people that's fucking walking
You
around.
create your own, stuff like in Westworld. You just create your own, like.
Dude, I want to go to Westworld in real life.
Oh
It doesn't
my
exist,
God,
bro.
I just started watching it.
It's good, right?
I mean, I'm on like the last.
Dude, Anthony
Wait, you haven't watched the last episode yet?
Ever.
Have you watched the last episode?
No, not yet.
Oh, dude, it's good. It's so good. What's up? I watched Westworld. I watched Westworld.
Westworld is a must.
Actually, well, okay, I gotta be honest. I first just read up on all the spoilers, and I knew what was going on. I'm like, I gotta watch this shit. So then I watched it.
You watch the spoilers?
I love spoilers.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Insane.
Oh no, I saw some of the I'm like they screenshotted some code and like it was some JavaScript, but like they jumbled it together to make it look like some crazy thing.
What they always do.
Motherfucker, that's just a fucking.
It's like, bro, you
Like, what?
gotta program an AI in JavaScript? Are you retarded? At least put some Python in there. Come on.
I need
Nice.
to go to Westworld and kill some things
Westworld
over.
about?
You need to watch it. Basically, it's like it's like an artificial world, but it's really not. Like you could, I think they shrink you. I don't know what the fuck they do.
Wait, how do you not know what? Oh, you haven't watched it?
No, I don't know like how they get into Westworld is what I'm talking about. Is it like small, like huge?
No, bro,
or-
it's just like a theme park, but instead of like amusement
so they
parks,
are
it's
huge.
robots.
Yeah. And when they're looking in on like Westworld, it's just like a computer.
Oh, so it's
not
like a
tiny
huge place.
Just a projection.
I thought it was like they shrank them and some shit.
Tiny little town.
Well, that would make sense considering there was interacting with them inside the. Yeah. I'm an idiot.
He doesn't get the truck, bro.
I swear, 'cause like they had like the holograms on the table. I was like, oh, they shrink them and send them in.
Oh my god.
Wait, so what's one about?
It's like a
Wait, we just did.
with a robot and human.
It's a music park where the robots are like entertainment. We could like,
You do whatever you want to them. Like you can bang them, kill them, whatever, eat them.
Now, like you're in human form.
kill people. There's like all these. It's just insane. It's
So
like
it's
it's like
somebody's playing a game.
It's an amusement park. Like you go there, and instead of eating cotton candy, like you shoot people and you pretend you're a cowboy.
Oh my gosh,
And
I'm
they're
one
like
of
$40,000
I'll give you ink because they're like
How did you
they're like
But the whole
start
like
like
plot
giving information.
shows like the robots like the way they're designed, they're supposed to like be able to like reset themselves and like and redo stories
Yeah.
like for the guests.
Nah, I mean, I
Like
have
the whole show is like the robots are like there's a program in them that's like there's glitches.
Well, actually, I think it's more like the reason why I think it's so interesting is like they're sufficiently advanced and they seem to be starting to become actual conscious robots, and
It's the same old robot.
and so
No,
Where, like,
This
where they
is-
start
this
to
is-
I
take
don't
over.
really
This
like
is some
robots.
top like this
Yeah.
shit is.
it's
dope
Michael
stuff.
Crichton, to put it in perspective. The guy who did Jurassic Park, Timeline, all
Oh,
that
him?
shit. Yeah, it was his.
Trailer on the computer.
Yeah, it's like pre Jurassic Park. That's what he did.
I'll watch that.
You know what? Also, you know what got me depressed though?
I love Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah,
Dude, he made that whole season.
it was really good.
Like when he's on screen, he commands such a presence. It's so crazy.
No, it was so it was a really really good show. I'm probably gonna watch season 2.
Anthony Hopkins. I think that's his name, right?
That created the show?
No. That was the actor.
Oh.
But I think what's really interesting is it explores like how like if something is starting to be conscious, right? Like, is it cool for you to like kill them and wipe their memories over and
Dude,
over
the
again?
end was such a mind fuck. I was like, "Are you fuck?" You
I
see,
mean, after every episode now.
that was a
Yeah.
mind fuck.
I'll tell you this: people predicted the outcome.
I didn't predict that shit.
No, people predict the outcome like
But there's
like
gonna be another.
four or five episodes into the season, and I think that's really
How?
great. Well, because it's so well put together that they had clues along the way,
Yeah, they did.
and if you look at it enough, like you could actually predict what's happening, and they were right. So insane. That's why I was impressed. I'm like, because like they didn't try to pull some shit out of left field just to like surprise you, like fucking Lost. It was like it's stupid. Yeah.
I haven't seen Lost. I don't know what that is.
I didn't see Lost either.
I don't know what that is.
No, I never watched it, but I know like I know enough about it that I know that I don't want to watch it.
Like, everyone predicted it
It's so dated.
essentially, but like they just like it was crazy all the way through.
It's
And then when
magic.
it ended, it was disappointing.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Man, fuck that. Westworld is the best show out right now.
No, don't be saying crazy.
No, Westworld is the best show out right now. Like honestly, I was like juggling between Game of Thrones and Westworld.
You mean on HBO?
No, period.
Nah, you got
What show is better?
6 feet under.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is.
It's an old HBO.
It's like Westworld, Game of Thrones, or Game of Thrones, Westworld.
Nah.
In that order somehow. I don't see no other shows even closer. Not even close.
Oh, someone was talking about that the other day.
It's the last season.
No, two.
Come on. No, one more after this one.
Yeah, after there's one more, and then it's done.
That's what is this?
Game of Thrones.
TV shows go too
Oh
long.
my buddy's like some like VP of like marketing or something like that for HBO.
So he knows what happened.
Gets all the scripts and shit. Bro.
Oh, but super NDA, right?
Yo,
So he knows
fuck that
everything.
job.
He's
I don't
like,
want to
and
get wrong.
he's just like, oh yeah, I know what happens. Like just watch. I'm like, yeah, go fucking.
But he can't tell you.
No, he can't. We're like,
I would have wanted to know. Why do you like spoilers?
I love spoilers, man.
Fuck
Cause
spoilers.
spoilers are great.
I like being shocked in the moment.
no. I like.
You too, right?
I don't want to wait for that. I just want to know what happens.
Me
That
too.
is so
That's the same
weird.
exact thing for me.
Spoilers, I want to see
Yo,
good.
people spoiler shame, man. People say so much like, "Oh, fuck you!" Like, come on, man. I'm not spoiling for you. I want to spoil for me.
I hate spoilers, man.
It's like when I was younger, we used to watch movies in like the first 10 minutes, like usually you can tell what the ending is. And I would always say they're like, oh, that he's gonna die. Or like, oh, it's like his father. And then it would happen, and they'd be like, yo, I'm never watching a movie ever again. Because in the first 10 minutes, you ruin it. I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm just like guessing what's gonna happen. And then it's like,
Everybody's
it's
right.
like, I'm right.
Yeah, so like the what's name?
Jamie watched New Hope. He's like, Vader's new father.
That's fucked up.
Let's think through there like, fuck you, bro.
Kind of like The Walking Dead, right? Like when Negan fucking smashed their fucking skulls in.
Nobody could have guessed that, by the way.
Everybody knew what was gonna happen. I had no idea.
Yeah, because it was completely out of like left field. Yeah.
I bet you the Jamie that figured it out. And rolled up for a couple of people.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Hey, yo, what do you get?
You heard that?
This shit is so
What?
common.
Vader is Dutch for father.
What?
Yes.
Really?
He just Googled it and showed me. That's fucking crazy.
Oh, that's pretty. That's wow.
I
That's
didn't
really
know where
cool.
you got this from. This shit is so common. I'm gonna go get some of that.
What is it? What's it?
I don't know, but
Raw fish.
Pokeball.
Yeah.
Seriously, what is it?
Pokeball.
It's Pokeball.
Yeah, it's like sashimi in a bowl. It's like a fury of salad.
Pokeball.
I really like fish that much.
This is love.
It's like just melting in my
Those,
mouth.
it's like, it's those like acai bowls.
Asiago or whatever. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, is that what it is? I never knew what it was.
It's like the
Asian
purple
fried
shit.
rice.
Yeah, I don't know.
What flavor is this?
They have it like down the shore, like on like every boardwalk, there's like 10 people.
Oh, the sesame.
Yeah, man.
Is it raw? Yeah.
I saw you walking. I saw earlier. I saw you walking. Faisal was behind you.
Oh yeah. Walking. We walking.
I've been looking parking this whole time. Brother, it's amazing. I didn't take the train.
I'm built to train. I could train anywhere.
I don't know how to drive.
What?
Yeah, he said that.
Typical New Yorker.
I only rode once because yeah, I had the learner for a while. That expired. So technically, I don't have it on now. Right now. You good?
Listen, it's good you don't fucking drive, man. Like, them tickets add up.
Yo, let's just like that.
What are the, how much? Oh, they're all out there eating. Right now. It's not one thing. Local.
I probably feel like over $1,000 all that time.
That's nothing.
How much? Over 1,000. I feel like
Every time I come to see like
I only got one dollar. That was like one fine that I've gotten over $1,000.
Yeah.
So like
That's all you paid so far?
Lightweight.
That's one freaking fine for me. Nobody beats me from everything that happened to my license. I got my license taken away. I have to get a lawyer. I had to pay for 2 lawyers.
When I was younger, I got a Dewey, so trust me.
Oh, no, that's a lot of money. No, that's OD. But mine is just on the regular. Like, that's not different. I never got that. I never won. That's my brother.
I wish that shit on anybody.
It's crazy, bro.
I was like, where the fuck could you afford a car, you bitch?
Because of that, believe it or not, not a lot of change.
I don't want to go to Canada. I'm gonna put my ass on while I say.
What'd you say? Oh, you got some tots? You got the tater tots? It's really cool. I just came back. No money bills. Well, actually, that's well, other than that, no money right now.
I go I was like,
You got what? Yo, they have like tell us shit. The milk chocolate. It was so good.
Wow, shout out to the football.
It's like lunch, right?
Damn right.
Yo, you want to bring him back in?
Yeah.
Thanks. What's up?
What you think?
Oh, no, did you say something? Sorry.
No, what's called? Mine was like that shit doing the high. I was like, you already told me to stay in the job. You can't afford to let.
It makes sense to me. I think that's the best thing to do.
Yeah.
What up?
I really recommend this.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is awesome. It's really good. It's football.
I do feel pretty good.
$11 for that whole thing.
I don't know why I said two of them.
What'd you get for $11?
Feels good, chicken.
Did it feel good? Did it feel good though?
Definitely felt good.
There you go.
Yeah, it usually says Elena Felida.
Me and my sister were talking about Silicon Valley yesterday.
All right.
Apparently she's on like season 5, and I just started. I'm on like season episode 6 of
Okay.
season 1. And then she was like, dude, like these dudes are geniuses, but they don't know how to monetize their stuff, and they get taken advantage of. And I was like, you are speaking about the leader of my class right now. I was like, he has so much money in his laptop, but the business is not there.
That's true, man.
Silicon Valley is like you.
Okay, so it's like.
All those fuckers are like crazy smart though. They do like compression shit, but yeah. And maybe not as douchebaggy as those fuckers too.
Yeah, about the fair or whatever. Yeah. And she's like, okay, but she does not.
I might be so far on the sex.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So let's go. Let's do it. Do the hustle. Push, bruh. You gonna work, man? Oh, fuck you. All right. Back to later. Okay, anyway, so guys, here's the deal. So what you guys need to do now is this. You need to build me an alarm clock app.
An alarm clock.
Yep.
Hey.
I think it's gonna be a good project. Glad I thought of it when I did. All right, guys. So, folks. All right. So the idea here is right. Like we're gonna create an iOS style alarm clock. So I don't like for those of you who don't have it, it's basically just a stupid little app where you can add an alarm, where you add a time, you add a name, and that's it, right? Or at least like for our purposes, right? So the first thing you got to do in this app is allow the user to add one or more than one alarms, okay? And then on the same level, when they add it, they should also be able to see the alarms that they set. Again, as far as the UI goes, I don't know or care how you do it, but like you need to. So if you want to use the to-do list UI where you have like a top thing and it just shows in the bottom, that's fine by me. I don't really care. What's interesting is part 2, where once the alarm time occurs, your alarm needs to go off, right? So for the time being, you could just make it do an alert, but eventually if you want to go back, like you can change it to play music or give you a push notification the way like Slack does, or like whatever, right? But for the time being, just an alert, okay? And then once an alarm has gone off, it is no longer an active alarm. What that means is you should still be able to see it, but it's not going to actually go off again. So if you kept your computer open for, like, suppose you started the app, you set an alarm for 2 p.m., and then 2 p.m. occurred, the alarm went off, and then you kept your computer on for 24 hours, the next 2 p.m. it will not go off, okay?
Shit.
I mean, sure, they'll have to be at some point. I mean, the way it works is, if you do it the like React Redux way, right? Like you can maybe store them in 2 different arrays. I'm gonna leave that up to you guys to kind of like think about it, and we'll see. I think that in general you probably don't need a conditional for that one, but you could. And then when the user hits the delete button, you can obviously get rid of that particular alarm, but you also have the ability to go ahead and reactivate an alarm. Okay, so obviously I don't think we're gonna get through all of these, but if we can get through the top 3, I think these are the most important. These are all just like additional things that make it more usable. But the top 3, the top 2 are also pretty easy actually. It's your to-do list input, but with a few additional fields. It's this one that's really hard, right? Like, how do you make an alarm go off? And so what I wanted to do was I wanted to talk through it with you guys now, and then we can break it up. So I give you like maybe 30 minutes to get the first 2 pieces going, and then we come back, we talk about it again, and then I give you like 30 minutes to get the next piece going and so forth. Fair? Okay, so the first task, and you should be able to go in order. So do the first bullet point and so forth. So how would you implement the first task there? Oh. Sorry? No, user can create an alarm. I mean, again, like this is the easy one, right? How would you do it? Think about what you built before already. The first one, yeah.
I was thinking of storing those in the store.
As what?
As an object. I was thinking maybe like the name could be the key, time could be the value.
Well, so here's the thing. Why not? We could just use it's basically a to-do list, but with an additional feature, right? So technically, couldn't you just store it as an array of objects, just like we do with our to-dos? So you could probably do like alarms, right? Or if you want, like if you want to be forward thinking a little bit, maybe you can say like alarms active, right? And it's going to be an array, and each array will be an object. And how many properties should be in that object? Name? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Time? How should we store the time? I would do probably timestamp, so like new date.getTime or date.now. Yeah, I would do that because then you can convert it at any point that you want. So that makes sense to me. So you should be like, okay, date.
What do you mean by converted?
So if you store it as a timestamp, it's gonna be stored as the number of milliseconds, right? So and so then you can. So JavaScript has a whole bunch of like objects that you can use to take it and convert it into like, oh, Thursday, December 15th, or 12:15 / and so forth. So like you can just parse that. So like you don't have to worry about that now, but in the future, if you wanted to make it like human readable and stuff, you could use like the Moment.js library, which has a shit ton of things you could do to format time. I'll show you right now. Yeah, it's called Moment.js. It's really useful. I've used it. We use it in production in a few places, but it's just like it'll let you format dates. It lets you do all sorts of shit. Yeah. So if you want to do that, like you could, but whatever. Is there anything else you should probably store here? Maybe. So here's the question. You probably could. Do you have to? How would you know? I was asking, are there any other properties to store here? And Lisa suggested. Wait, let me just do this first. Sorry. Just 2 seconds. So Lisa suggested we store has the time passed already. And so like you can definitely do that, but why do you not need to, and why would it be a good idea maybe not to? because it's active alarm. So if it's already passed, we should move it off to the inactive. And now you don't have to do an if statement, or you have to go back and update that value, which is less, right? Okay. So you guys need to say recurring. What's up?
Recurring.
So yeah, but like keep it as simple as we can. Let's not support that yet. But yes, if it was a recurring alarm, you would want to keep it. Like you want to make note of it. You see? Anything else that you can think of? Well, so the done would, so because we call it alarms active, we'd also have an alarms inactive, right? And you can move it. And so the only reason we're doing is because then you'd have to loop through each one and say, oh, is it active? Is it not? It doesn't matter. If it's done, it's in the inactive, so we don't give a fuck, right?
I was gonna say, another object, which is like key value pairs per day.
Keep it, right?
Key value pairs per day of the week and true or false whether it's
Oh.
part of the stretch goal.
Yeah, all right. So for the stretch goal, right, I would say, like, honestly, really all it would be is something like on the UI, you have the ability to pass in a date, like a month, a day, a year, and all that. And then when you do your checking logic, like instead of checking the hour and the minutes, you check the whole thing. So I would say for the time being, let's not do that. And I think in general, like you probably don't want to be repeating the day over and over again. Instead, you might want to do something like you might want to have an object outside that says like, 0 is Monday and so forth, and you might want to just store that, right? This is because then you're not duplicating as much data. But anyway, I think actually these two are fine. I just wanted to kind of pick your brains to see like what other things you guys can think of. All the stuff you suggested are good, but to keep it as simple as we can, we'll stick with these two, okay? So now here's like my next question. As far as the UI goes, right? How many input fields would you need to support creating UI? 2, right? And what you would do is you might want to set 2 states for each one, right? When the user hits a button, what should that component do? Well, first of all, should those 2 input fields be in one component or 2? Why?
State.
Can't you state's an object? Can't you just have 2 properties in the state?
Set the state separately for each.
Why aren't you typing separately? I'm half playing devil's advocate and half trying to get you guys to like think this stuff through, right? So what would be the advantages? So like the folks who said 2 components, right? What would be the advantages? Or like why did you think it should be 2? I mean the state thing I understand, but it's not really an issue here. But did you have some other thought for it?
No, because like you said, if you could set 2
States in one object, right? So like I would make it one component, okay? And the reason being is that this one component, so like in my mind, a component is a UI for a specific action that you can do, right? So what's the action that we have to do here? Would like add alarm or something, right? And so this component should focus on adding an alarm, but to add an alarm, how many pieces of information do you need? 2 input fields. You see what I mean? So that's my thought process there. If the input fields had to update because of some shit in the data, then I could say, yeah, maybe it's 2 components. But really, we want to have a form where the user can put in the name, the time, and hit go and have it add, right? So for that reason, it makes sense to me for it to be 1 component. Does that make sense? If you guys disagree, we can like talk it through. But can you guys think of like, I can't think of a good reason to make these 2 components. Fair? So really, this 1 component will have input field 1 for the name, input field 2 for the time, and then like a button or something that says add, right? Fair?
Yep.
Okay, and then that add will dispatch an action, which will then do what? Create an object and push it into an array, right? Okay. So is that fair to, like, does everyone understand that process, that game plan? No? What's wrong? Oh, well, all right, man. But anyone else though? It's pretty standard, right? Right? Like we've been doing this like at least 5 times now, right? It's so by that I mean open up, if you're not sure, open up an example. Like you can even open up our React Native example, It's gonna be the same exact thing. So here's what you got to do. If you go back to this, clone this repo. This repo is the starter pack, right? So you can clone it, like you can call it like alarm app or something. I don't really care. And then on there, like I think I already have actions.js, reducers.js. So just go ahead and get started. Okay. I'll give you guys about 20 minutes because I don't think it should take longer than 20 minutes. Give you guys about 20 minutes. At around 1:30, we can see where everyone's at. But I really want to go through the alarm piece because I think that's the thing that's hard here, right? Okay, so go. Yeah, we're making an alarm app, so it needs to.
Yeah, I know.
So like that's the part that's hard, I think, right? Like that's the thing that we haven't talked about before. But before we do that, we need to have this piece. So go for it.
What's hard about it?
You tell me. How would you do it? No, I didn't mean that. No. I'm just asking. Like,
I'm just asking what's hard about it.
so
You
look.
set a time and then.
Well, here's the thing. You have to keep checking every minute or every hour, right? To be like, hey, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? Right?
So it's gonna be checking if it's true.
But over and over again. That doesn't go. Like, we'll see. Like when we go over it, like you'll see, right? But it's not simple because it's no longer a directional flow.
That was the question.
Yeah. All right. There you go. I mean, just look at the React Native, because that's just the same thing, right? The one action was just a click, so it doesn't even matter. Like the to-do implement is a better example. What's up? I don't know.
Do you have stuff to do with Crystal?
On Slack, probably.
Who's Crystal? But do we have to do like our resume or something?
Oh, yeah, she did.
Career person?
Oh.
Is that not due right now?
We're supposed to talk about our feelings about that group thing we did. We're all-
Oh,
Thanks, Randy. That's next Friday, right? Or the following.
That's next Friday. I'm sorry, the following Friday.
Yeah. I know, something due for first one.
Resumes, LinkedIn, and GitHub.
Are you able to edit the line?
Or is your oyster?
Who says that? About you, Bobby?
Yeah, that's me. Huh? Yeah. You know, like, I'm about to change up my whole wardrobe. Oh shit. Like the jacket.
Nice. What nice. Oh, talk to me. Cards. Description. Ideas. That's it. Okay. It should show up. That's why. Ooh, look at that. Got him.
What? For the entry.
No, it's input field. It's like to do, right? There's two input fields, name and like whatever, like a lot of time. Right, and then all you gotta do is add. But, or if you want, you can do an input field, and then for the time, you can hard code the time with a drop down. Right, you can say like, and if you want even simpler, it's just do 24-hour time. So 0 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, all that, then you're done. That's it. I can now start to build up. Also, guys, so no one signed up from 5 to 6. It's just people just can't make it today. All right. Your call. It should not be annoying. You can write it for loop for it. What'd you do? That's also a good solution. Holy shit. You want some more time? Yeah? All right. item. Okay. What?
Haven't done the story this way. Picking up actual readers would be so much easier to go down and
Sorry?
haven't done it this way.
Yeah.
Also, picking up readers would be so much easier to go down.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. But that was the hope.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But find out soon enough, right? All right, I'm going over it. Okay, so how'd you guys do this? Sorry? Here, you know what? Actually, let me grab a clean version and then you show me. All right, if you have like 5 more minutes then. Word. Into lecture 60 alarm and CD lecture 60 alarm and CD JS and npm install. Also, guys, before you leave today, I just shared a link with you guys on Slack. This fucker would this way. Where it went? Yeah. If you could just click into that and just paste in the GitHub repo you created at the beginning of class for your final project. I want to have a list of all the GitHub repos so I can take a look at what's going on. You don't have to do it right now, but just like right before you leave. What? Oh, I should have npm run watch this fucker too. No, I saw that. I'll get back to you afterwards. Kind of weird, like we're playing with the screen up on it for everyone to see. So, all right, we're back. We're up and running. So here's the deal. I want you guys to tell me how to solve this thing. Hold on. Get out. Sure, save. Why not? Just die right now. All right. What do I call this fucker? Lecture 60 alarm, right? Hold on. Oh, god damn it. All right. Sorry, I fucked up one more time. PWD, CD, MV, lecture 60 alarm 2. What does that give me? No. All right, here we are. So open this guy in browser. I see this guy, right? Just like basic flux, back up again. All right, now here comes the fun part. How did you guys actually solve this thing? Did you guys get to a point where you were able to add the alarm? Okay. Okay. No, of course not, because the ask was only to get the first part, right? Okay. How many people did not finish, just so I can get a sense of where we are at? Okay, cool. So now, you know what? Like, screw this shit. So, what's your blocker? Is it that there's like a lot of like different places to make changes? Was it because it's just a lot of shit to do, or did you get stuck somewhere? Pieces to add stuff to, right? Okay. Did anybody get bogged down with bugs? Like it wasn't working properly or anything? What's up? Oh, because you forgot to put a slash, all that stuff? Okay, that's fair. All right, so now when you were creating it, like, what's the first thing that you guys did? You made a component? Anyone else do anything different? All right, so you made a component. Now, after you made the component, like, did you just keep going, or did you like check to see if the component was there first? There, and then you went in, and then you added like a click handler or something, right? And then you added dispatch and all that. Okay, and like, does the process make sense to everybody? Like the approach you take and the steps you got to do. Like, is that something everyone feels comfortable with, even if you can't do it off the top of your head? Like, is that okay? Like options and stuff, you mean? Okay, so now is that because it's just like there's just a lot of shit to remember, you think, or?
Part of it is that.
Okay. Okay, with repetition. Okay, that's fair. All right, so yeah, you know what? So we'll go over it. I don't think it makes sense to go over the alarm right now because and I'm gonna need you guys to. I mean, obviously, like we'll be talking about the final project stuff, but like just take a look at this code. Just again, you're right. What you need is you got to keep doing it over and over again. So if you have not finished in this one, because like I mean. Yeah, if you haven't finished, I need you to go and do this again, and maybe again, or a variation, or like whatever. If you want me to help you come up with some variations, I can probably spit some out, but like hit me up first, right? But like this has to be kind of like back of the head, and I know it's gonna take a while, but like let's just continue to work towards that, right? So I'll go through this then, right? So as you guys said, the first thing I would do is also make a component, right? That makes the most sense. So here's the question, all right? So obviously I'm going to create in the component folder, right? Create a new file. I'll call it alarm input maybe, or maybe alarm create, right? .js, sure. Now that I have this, where do I put this? Like, where do I call it? Yeah. Okay. Why app and not main? Right, main bootstraps app, and app is where like the entire structure comes into play, right? So it's a little bit repetitive, but what's nice is now you don't have to remember to go into components, or like you don't have your controller component in, your main inside a component. So at any rate, yes, and here. So we have to import something, but first we have to write what to import, right? So what's the first line that I should always write?
Oh, import.
Yeah, import React. That. Okay, and then I have a question for you guys. If I did this, could I rewrite this to make it still work? React dot. Just FYI, right? So the way this works is, like, however they ended up like building a component as a part of the React object, and if you want, like you can like sort of destructure. So sometimes you'll see it the other way, like for example in the to-do list, example. I prefer not to use that because it's annoying, unless it's already done for me. Like again, in the React Native example, they already had that played. Yeah, so I just used it because I don't feel like retyping. But in general, if I'm writing from scratch, I'm gonna do it this way. All right, cool. Now in this one, for the time being, let's just do a quick render, right? Like return h1. Okay. Now, how would I import it? How would I import it in my app? Which is from file. Correct. It happens to also be alarm created in this case. Yes. Good stuff. And then boom. Right. So now, is now a good time to test? To see what this looks like? Yeah, because I added a component. The component should theoretically show me something. And I think I wired it up correctly, so let's find out. What do I get? Hello world. Okay, so far so good, right? Good. So now that we have this, the next step is to actually make this thing work, right? So for the time being, let's just put it in like we don't really care about how it looks. I'll put it in a div. And I want to have, as we agreed upon, 2 input fields, right? So let's just go ahead and add them. Input class name equals to, what is it? I have it open here somewhere. You know what? Let me just go to my here. UI fluid input. Okay, and then I can say, all right, placeholder equals to what is it? Alarm name. Okay, for now, let's just keep it that, and we need one more, right? I'm gonna push all this out. Don't worry about it. Alarm time. Oh, we should probably put type equals text. Now, of course, there's a question of, well, how do we actually deal with inputting the time itself, right? We have a few options, right? You opted with. Did you wanna? And if you get the val, what does it look like? We'll find out, I guess. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we need. Let's see what that does. Okay, this looks like shit. Why? Are we not loading semantic? There we are. Fuck you. Let's find out. Yeah, just too ugly for me. I'm sorry. It needs to at least look like an input field, right? Yeah, it's probably in a div, right? Is that what you're saying? You're right. You're absolutely right. And you know what? I was trying to grab it from the semantic React, and that was stupid. You look like, bro. Yep, you're right. It's got to be in like a div and all this other bullshit. Okay, fine. Not like that. Right. And then we can say, all right, type equals text. Nope, it looks. All right, this is better. Now we go back, check her out again. Faster, I broke it. You know why? So this kind of shit, right? Okay. Better, right? That's kind of nice. Perfect. So now what we need to do is we need to add a button, go, that'll go. So I can say, all right, button class name equal to UI button primary. So that does, right? Something like that. Notice how I don't have any sort of, I don't really have anything else on there. So now we have to actually say, okay, on change, both of these. So we want both of these inputs to be controlled, right? Now, we don't have to make it that way. Like we could theoretically just let it do what it wants and then use like the DOM to deal with the input field. But again, if you can avoid it, you want to do that. In this case, since we can do it via state, let's just do it via state, right? So we have two inputs that we need to keep track of their values, right? So how could I do that? Sorry? Well, so no, we'll get there eventually, right? But first, because we want to keep, right, we want to store, create a state variable. So yeah, like where would that go? On top?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a shortcut, right? Where like we don't really need a constructor here, so we can just do it this way. And we can say, okay, name, empty, and we can say time, NB. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
So interesting, right? I put 0 and not empty, right? Why? What's up? Because remember, we want to store the time as date.now. So every time the user makes an update, I actually want to grab the value and I want to convert it into a time. Or at least I want to try it. If it fails, then it'll fail.
Is the space or empty value?
The time of 0 is, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. We'll find out right now, right? If it doesn't work, we'll say if it equals 0, like make it empty, right? But now we'll need the actual change itself, right? But before we do that, why don't we just first add values, right? Is that fair? So what would the value of the first one be? It's not state.name, right? Or if I want to destructure it, const name. Like that, right? Maybe we can say like const time for render equals, if time equals to 0, then empty, otherwise time. Right? Or some shit like that, like whatever. Okay. So here I just put time for render, here I just put name. Okay? All right. Let's see what this does. It could still not work. Right now it's looking okay. And do you see how if I type now, it doesn't do anything? Because it's a control component. So when I have to now add an on change, which will actually update it. Fair? So I can say, all right. What? Nope, not yet. We have no reason to yet. Right? I mean, the store exists. Like because of the way we built it, we already have a store. We just gotta do stuff with it, but not yet. So here I'm gonna say, okay, I always struggled to figure out how to best approach this. I usually do something like this, right? Or I'll pull it out into like a const shared props or something, and then I'll do that. Depends on what you feel like doing. I'm gonna say, all right, this handle name update maybe. Okay, is that fair? And then here we'll do the same thing. Change equals just handle time update. Now the time update is going to be kind of insane, but the name update should be pretty easy, right? So let's just do that real quick. Okay. So what do I do next? Like I created this on change. What's next for me? I create the function, right? So far, everyone following, making sense? But here I'm going to just say, all right, this dot set state. Right, name is e.target.value. Okay. What does that do? Every time I type, right? So every time I type shit in that input field, when the change event gets triggered, it'll call handle name update, and handle name update will basically set this state to be like whatever's input into that field, and then when it's time to submit, we just grab that state and we're done. Okay. So again, the state object is what drives what you can see in the input fields themselves, which is the data-driven React way, right? So that's why we're going that approach. Okay, so now let's do the other one. Oh, this is gonna be the fun one, right? Handle time input. Now, here's the thing. I actually don't know what the time field is gonna give me. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna console.log e.target.value to see what it looks like. So I have no idea. Hit refresh. Bless you. I can say foobar. I update and I go here. You see, an unchanged didn't even get hit. Interesting, huh? Ah, there you go. So you have to change all three, bless you, for the unchanged to occur. But do you see what it did? So it looks like as soon as I said the PM is what updates, right? But do you see what I get? I get the hour and the minutes. That's all I really care about. So what I can do is this. So if that's the case, here's how I'm gonna do it. So you probably haven't seen this before, but you see, I'm not gonna tell you what I'm doing, but I want you someone to explain to me what this code does, okay? Okay. Cool. Someone explain to me, what does this code do? Start from line 15. Anyone, not you.
So
Probably not you, actually.
when you're typing in, whatever the user types in, is taking it, is splitting it, is taking the first half of the hours and the second half minutes.
Exactly.
And then the date now is creating a new date and is setting the hours and the minutes that you split into the date.
Correct. And then the console.log, what is that doing? Date now versus date now.get time. What's the difference? Good job. Someone else answer that one. What's the difference between date now and date now.get time, do you think? And if not, we can talk about it.
Get time is the set hours, set minutes.
What's up?
The get time is the set hours, set minutes. So
It's actually the number of seconds that have elapsed since the epoch, which is June 1st, 1970 or something. Remember we talked about that? Because then you get the amount, so like they chose that to be the arbitrary starting point of like computing or something, right? So every time, every like minute that, or a second that elapses can be calculated as a difference between the date now and then, which gives you a certain number of days and hours and seconds. So it's converted into MS, and that's nice because you have a number that you can compare against and all that stuff, and you can convert it back, okay? So that's really nice. And yeah, you're absolutely correct. What you said is on point, right? And here's the question. So if there were three, if the time value, like this works because we know the time value will give us something like 1359, right? What if the time value also gave me this? So hours, minutes, and seconds. Does it matter? I can add another one if I want to, or who gives a shit? I'll still get hours and minutes, and this one gets ignored. That's nice. You see what I'm saying? So like, even if there's more shit, it won't really care, which I like. Okay, so now let's go ahead and test it first, right? Let's see what this does. Hit refresh. Go into it, and we say, okay, we'll do 1 o'clock a.m. So we expect in a military time 1, right? So we get 1 o'clock. Oh, but it's in GMT, which makes sense, right? Because it'll always push it back, and it's daylight savings time, so it goes back by 5. So 4 o'clock makes sense, right? And now if I do it again and say, okay, it's 1 o'clock p.m. Now I get 13 o'clock here. Perfect, right? Isn't that also correct? Okay, so I think we're good. So this is working, right? And this is just the, again, MS representation of the same thing. So what we can now do is we have to also set state here, right? Agreed? But it should be time. Agreed? And now I'm thinking this. While so like going back to you guys were like, "Tuck, this is kind of crazy." I think you're right. This is kind of crazy, right? I can say UI time is empty, and what I can do is I can just update the UI time to be time value, and now I don't have to deal with all this conversion bullshit. See what I'm saying? That makes my life a little bit easier, and I still get the time in MS, which is what I want, right? Because we said it's got to be date.map. So this is effectively the same thing. So far, okay? So here, since we have all this down, let's add a click event to our button, yeah? And here I'm going to say, all right, on click equals to this dot submit. So guys, I know it's 2. If you guys want to leave, that's fine. But please don't forget to go to Slack, click on that link, and submit your GitHub repo, your full name, and your project name. So here on the submit, here's what I want to do. I just want to say console.log this.state to see if the state looks the way I want it to. Okay, before I even do a dispatch. Capiche? We can say, all right, wake up, and I'll say 1, 2, 3 a.m. Hit submit. Boom. I get 3 a.m. I get wake up, and I get what I hope. If I do new date, to be Sunday 4/17 at 3 a.m. Fair? Looks right to you? Does that make sense? So what do I do next? Dispatch the action. That's my next step, right? So what we got to do here is we have to say, all right, we already have that. Go with this dot props dot dispatch, right? Is that what I called it? Let's find out. Oh, dispatch. All right, and what should I dispatch? It's 2 arguments, right? What's the first one? What do I always dispatch? An action name, right? So I can say, okay, add alarm. Fair. Do I have any sort of additional options to pass in? Yeah. What are they? Name and time, right? Or so I can be like, all right, fine, constant time name equals to this dot state, right? Fair. Okay. So now that we have that, what's next?
Going to go see if the arguments are coming in properly and get this way.
Before I do that,
Actions.
I gotta add an action, right? Let's create a new action key, right? So if you look here,
This is backwards, right?
what's up?
This is backwards, right?
Yeah, in a way. This is the way I like to think it through because it makes sense to me. Like the user input triggers an action, triggers a dispatch, triggers a whatever. So yeah, in here, what do I call this guy? Good morning. Did you send the thing? No. So what I was asking was, sorry man, before you go, I need this. If you go to the general channel, there's a link I shared. I need you to put it's just 3 fields, your full name, the name of your project, and a link to the GitHub repo you created this morning for your final project. Yeah, so.
You built that intro?
Yeah, I built it right now.
I saw you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to just get it. I mean, it's stupid, but it should work. And here, what it does is, boom, you see? Nice. I was over actual names, but all right.
That is fine.
Well, yeah, but
Like, straight.
but anyway, what's up?
This is a borrowed computer. Can I just, when I get back?
Yeah, okay, fine. No, that's fine. Nice. Good shit. All right, anyway, yeah, so, yeah, like people are doing it already. That's good. He just hit his in right now. Cool, thanks. Anyway, it's just a way, like, for us to keep track of what the fuck's going on without talking to you guys. They can talk shit about you, obviously. Okay, so, no, but I just want to make sure, like, things are, all right. Anyway, so, boom. Okay, right? Except maybe instead of update index, we can say like add alarm. Cool, and then we can go to reducer and just change it to add alarm, right? Fair? I'm gonna get rid of this. So anyway, all I did now was this, right? So yeah, so okay, we built the UI, we got the event listeners to work on the clicks and all that stuff, right? What we did was we said, okay, when the user clicks on the submit button, we'll grab the time and the name that we've already processed, and we're gonna pass it into this action. The action will sort of relay it into my reducer, and here's where I have to actually do the hardcore stuff, right? So now I want to go back to the question Oz asked. Hey, Tug, did you touch the store? I did not. Do I have to update the store? Probably, right? Yeah, now I do, for sure. And what do I need? And then also like inactive alarms or something, right? And I think yeah. So I'm not gonna write anything else on this guy, right? We'll just keep it. There's probably more stuff you can add, but for the time being, let's just keep it this way. In fact, there's definitely more things. So in here now, I have a question. What does old store represent?
The current store.
What's up?
The current store.
The current store, the thing I just added initially, right? And in this case, particularly in the add alarm, what's stored in my options? The name and the time, right? Solid. So how can I extract the name and the time from the options? Yep. Yeah. Or options dot, obviously, right? Yeah. And then while I'm at it, I'm gonna also do active alarms equals to old store because I need that anyway, right? Now I have to return a promise, so I do return promise, which is just a bit faster to type. All right, man. Peace. Hey, I'm not sure if you.
If you have homework to do not let it go past today because when you start your final project, you don't want to have that on your head also.
If you haven't already, Slack me to for us to touch base.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You too, because I get something from you. I don't think I got something from you too. So definitely Slack me.
Yeah.
And you too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once I get my
All right. Anyway, so now.
Yeah, you guys can finish your homework, but try to get it done today because once your final project starts, you don't want all that.
It started already. Final project already started. Just FYI. Started.
So finish it today.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
No, so can we talk after class about that? I know both of you have that problem, right? So we'll take a look at. I'll just take a look at the problem real quick. So can you stick around for a little bit? Okay. Anyway, so we're back here, right? Let's just get to this. So we have the object.assign, right? And so why do we return a promise? First question.
It's to make it so that we get the right order of things.
No, I know. So you can resolve right away inside of the function.
Well, the first question is why promise? Why can't I just do this? Right, exactly. In this case, it's asynchronous, synchronous, agnostic, right? It doesn't matter if the thing I do in my reducer needs to go and make a bunch of API calls or not. It'll always return after everything has been resolved. To your point, because this is not an asynchronous call, I hope I didn't hold you up. All right, man. If this isn't because this is not an asynchronous thing, I could just put it in a promise.resolve and return it right away, and I still have that option in the future to add more async shit to it, right? So anyway, in here, I've got my name and my time, right? So I can just do that. I can say, all right, active alarms.push, right? Name, time, and then I can say, all right, old store, and then active alarms, done, right? Is that fair? And that should give me, should add alarm for me, right?
You know, the bullshit I was doing, I fucking had the active alarm in the object form, and I was trying to push active.
Yeah.
It was the silliest shit.
Yeah, and that kind of stuff happens just if that happens, just go back to our boilerplate example, which is as simple as it can get, and just be okay, what step am I on, and what is that look like on the basic one. If it doesn't match, then there's probably something you gotta go back and fix, right?
So now those need other components?
Yeah, we do, right? Yeah, because right now it's like we're adding it, but we can't see it. Exactly. So now we got to go in and we got to, now it makes sense to create a new component, right? And we'll call it, what's up? Alarm list? Yeah, that makes sense. So I want to call it alarm list and be able to support both, right? Active or inactive. What's up?
In the same component?
Yeah. Or like call the same component twice, once for the active, one for the inactives. And we talked about how to do that, but right now let's just get the active. What's up?
Reusability.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. So for now though, let's just go ahead and like make this. Yo, this is already 57 lines. That's crazy, isn't it? She goes fast. So we can go here, right? Alarm list. Render. And we can say, all right, return div. And you know what? Let's make it nice. Class name equals to UI segments. Okay. And here, like we want to pass in, I'm gonna just console.log this.props. Okay. And what I'm gonna do is, so again, super basic for now. Okay. Just to see if it shows up. Not yet, because I haven't. So I just created it. I have to now do what? Go into which component? App, and I have to import alarm list from. Now, here's a question. Why can't I do it inside alarm create? Yeah, because its own component, right? Like, I mean, like you could, but now you're putting a component within a component, which doesn't really make sense, right? But you can. You like know that you can nest components within each other, but do you really want to? And be very mindful of when you want to do that. Okay. What's up? Black box, right? Black box the crap out of it. So now that we have this guy, and we have it here, let's just. Now that we have this set, we can. Where the fuck are we? No. Oh no, I'm lost. No, I am found. Okay. So if you look here, we got active alarms at 0, right? So if I say, all right, like wake up, 3 o'clock a.m., submit. Check it out. I got an active alarm, sorry, with one array item, which has my time and my name. That's all I need, right? So all I got to do now is loop through those, right? So how would I access that in here? It's active alarms, right? So I'm console.logging out the props, and that gives me the entire active alarm. That gives me all these things, right? Active alarms, all that. So how do I access only the active alarms? Correct. You see that? And active alarms is an array, right? So I can map the array to go from objects to HTML or React elements. So I do .map. Now here's the thing: be very careful because there's going to be a lot of curly brackets and stuff here. So I would like write this first, and then in here I would say, okay, it needs a callback, right? So I can say cur alarm, right? Maybe index if you need it, and then you do that. And you see how it's insane? But if you do it like this way, it's like, oh, okay, first I create the curly brackets, then I create the map, and then inside that I pass a callback, okay?
You know what I usually do in this spot? I just make a function right there.
Oh yeah, and you can make a function too.
And then I also, because I like keeping my return simple, so it's easy to read. So
Your render simple, yeah. And that's a fair point. So like what Bob is saying is instead of doing this, like he'll take this entire thing and do something like, okay, like render alarm, and then he'll do like return, and now it's just a regular like function, and here he just does this dot render alarm. Perfectly fine. Yeah. And then here you have to say, obviously you're gonna do, okay, like return div class name equals to UI segment. And now like we know that the current alarm has a name and a time, right? The cur alarm, right? Because it's each one. And in here I can be like, all right, H1, what? Name. And if you want, then you can probably even do something like index +1 if you want to have like whatever. And then what you want to have is you want to have like maybe an EM or some shit. And in here you want to have something like, okay, new date time. So you can kind of like see exactly what the time is. Now, if we had more time, I would add the Moment.js plugin so we can get like a very nicely formatted one, but whatever. Or if you guys want to stick around, we can do that. But well, first, let's make sure this piece works, okay? Nope, active alarms is not defined because, oh, right, because this should probably be here. That'll do it. See that? Active alarm not defined. I'm like, oh, it's here, but not there. Got it. Refresh. Perfect. So I can say, all right, wake up. 3 a.m. Submit.
Who's waking up that early?
Me.
Oh, what's good? You didn't press on your end.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Objects are not valid as a React child. If you meant to render a collection of children, use an array instead. All right, let's see what's going on. Console.log active alarms. No, I don't know what happened. Let's see. It doesn't even show me there. Okay, something else is going on. It says that error. Objects are not valid as React children. No, it's not that. That's just a warning. It's got to be here.
The name and time?
Maybe. We got active alarms. If I look at the store, active alarms is an object, right? I go to,
Active alarm is an array.
yeah, there should be. So that's why.
Has it got UI time?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's see. Desktop props. Again. I got this guy, right? Return. Okay. Console.log name time. See, I get A in this thing too. So that makes me think maybe I just got to put this inside like a div or something. Let's see if that works.
No, you didn't put the key.
The key's not it, man. Look, here, I'll show you. You're not done. So if you go to, that's a. No, I knew that because I've seen it. It's always a warning. Yeah. But I think the problem is this. To be fair, I think it's this.
Oh right. Yeah, but
I think it's got to be wrapped in a div, which is kind of bullshit. But because let's see. My head's not on right. And if not, then maybe it's something else that I fucked up. Yep, it's something else that I fucked up. Okay. So what the fuck's going on? I'm returning. I'm doing a return active alarms.map render alarms. It's returning a div with an h1 and some other shit. Why is that not working? That is weird. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move this back. See if it works here. Hey man, load.
active alarm.
Yeah. Fuck that noise. Okay, so that's the objects are not valid as React child. So that it's got to be this .toString. Damn it, because I'm passing in the entire object and it doesn't like it. I'm very sure this is gonna work. God damn it. And it does. Okay. So if that's the case, let's undo all that shit. Cause like I think Baba's way is better in this case because it's just a bit cleaner. So I'm gonna bring it back. Get rid of that. We'll keep the key. Here we'll say .toString, and I decided I don't like the EM, so I'll say P, and I'll do class name equals to UI description. Oh my God. Well,
When did you import the semantic stuff?
I didn't. This is just for pure, like, this is all just from CSS. I do 3 a.m. Boom, right? Says, like, wake up on Sunday, at 3 a.m. And then I can, oh, you see, one thing I should do is when I hit submit, I should clear these fields, right? So that's pretty easy now that I have it done this way, because I can say this dot set state name and UI time 0. Back to the original values, right? So boom. And I can, nope, we'll do it one more time. There. And so on and so forth, right? So, okay, great. Now we have that. So that's effectively part one, right? It was just those pieces. And really, it's just a glorified to-do list, right? With a few additional props. There was one gotcha with the UI time, fair, and so forth, right? But does this make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Now, here's the thing. It's 2:30. What's up? Oh, because I was trying to be a bit fancy. So, like you see it in the map, so I just do index +1. So here's the thing. All right. So I gotta talk to a couple people about the Spotify stuff. So I'm gonna clear that up, and then afterwards, if you guys wanna stick around and see me do the wait. Oh, do I have meetings? Oh, fuck it. All right. So I guess. All right. So I can't even. All right. So I guess we're not doing that. But we'll talk about the Spotify thing real quick, and then I'll jump on the meeting. Who do I have first?
Let me say this one more time. I let everybody keep pushing it to the side. NY City will not graduate y'all if your homework's ain't late. You're not distracted with stuff when you actually really get into your project. It will cause problems.
Yeah, this is yours.
Wait, I told you open everything.
I opened only the ones that are after like personal website. Oh well, no, they were due. You got 2 weeks, and so now they're gone. I could reopen them up again, but you got to tell me which ones you want me to open up.
Well, my advice is don't let it pass today. It becomes a lot when you're doing too much.
You gotta hit me up. Hit me up on Slack or something and tell me exactly the classes that you want, and I got your back. All right. What up? Okay. Oh, perfect. So you're good. All right. So we got the Spotify API thing died, right? I know Oz had it too. So the access token just won't work anymore, right?
Like I tried to play with the site.
It was for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure I could.
So the X,
I don't
No.
wanna spend, like, a ton of time.
No. You shouldn't, because there's no reason to. What I think you could do is you can generate an access token. All right. So I think what you can do is if you go to like my apps, you might be able to.
I looked through that already. And there are the keys, but.
If you pass that access token, it should work, shouldn't it? Hold on, let me see. Log me into Facebook, bitch.
Sorry, just to cut you off real quick.
Yeah.
You could do like a Skype session.
Yeah, I could do Skype or even on Slack. It's fine.
Slack.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
But
I'll
if you didn't schedule a time
Okay.
and tell me when you can make, and then we'll talk about
I'm
it.
just gonna put myself in for the 5:36. The last one.
Okay.
Okay.
5:30 to 6. Okay,
That's
that's
your last
fine.
available.
All right, that's fair.
Nobody took it, so.
All right.
What do you, 3 to 3:30?
I can't do before because I have work. But I could do after always. Well, actually, no. I'm usually dead. Yeah, we can do on Slack, but just Slack me the times that makes sense for you, and we'll see what we can do.
I'll give you like a 5 hours.
It'll probably be after, like, it'll be late, if that's okay. Like after 9 p.m. or something. Okay, thanks. All right, here we go. Okay, accept the fucking terms, bitch. So anyway, is Oz here? Oh yeah, there you are. So my thinking was, I think if we can get an access token for you, like you shouldn't have to redo the project at all, right? So don't do that, right? Especially if it was partially working.
No, it was working.
It was
I
working,
just
right?
missing, like the iOS.
Your work. Okay, so you know what? Submit it. It's not your problem. I'll talk to Baba.
It's already submitted. He graded it as incomplete.
Oh, shit. Okay, so then it's not your problem. I'll talk to Baba.
Okay, so you'll make it complete.
I'm gonna talk to him to either like make an application so he can test it, or just like read through the code and mark it.
Now I'm sure he tested it. Yeah, I'm
No.
sure he tested it originally to find out that I could add to like a playlist.
No,
but
for sure. But then if he
he
looks at the
can't test
code,
it now.
Right, because if he looks through the code, and or if he makes this access token and he plugs it in, I'm assuming you have it in a variable, right?
So then you go.
The access token.
Yeah, there was no access to.
Gotcha. So yeah, he'll have to do some updates, or if he doesn't feel like it, then I'll just have him look at the code.
Update it and let us know.
Yeah, he'll let you
And then,
know.
like, we'll have to add it back.
No, you shouldn't have to do anything anymore. Okay, because he can clone and he can update it himself, or he can clone and read through the code and just be like, yeah, this looks like it's gonna work.
But I didn't.
See you later.
I didn't create the function at all.
Oh, so you didn't?
So,
Okay,
like,
did
I
you?
didn't-
I did, it just wouldn't like over to
I mean, I won't.
playlist wasn't functional. Everything else worked. Like I'd get use it and whatnot. It just playlist wasn't functional.
How about you?
No, yeah, same thing. I don't want to redo it because I can't test it right now. So I don't want to like just plug in code. Like,
Okay, with me, it was just a problem with Flex. Pretty much.
So then it's not an API issue for you.
It was just that like layout problem.
Gotcha. Okay. So with you, the playlist fetch function does not exist.
Yeah.
But does the UI for it exist? Like if there was data, would it work or not? Because the UI for it doesn't exist either.
yeah, no, I never built it.
Okay. So you'll probably have to do that then, right? To have it be completed. So yeah. So then what we can do is I'll try to let me take a look at it now. Actually, can I do that? Can I take a look at your code now?
Actually, you're about to pull mine up too.
That makes partially makes use but also makes use of.
You want to just hop on there? I just need to see who my appointments are. Oh fuck! All right, it's good. It's nothing. I can do this. Oh, you're next. Perfect. All right. So we'll eat into your shit a little bit. All right. So here, if I search for like, holy fuck, this is cool, bro.
Okay. So basically, my search, I wanted it to come out here.
Gotcha. Understood. But it doesn't show up, right?
It would show up here where playlist would be.
Okay. This is a testing app. Create. Hold on. Let me see if I can get give me an access token, bro. All right. Here.
Basically, it's
Bundle ID.
searching for
Let me see. Android bundle IDs, whitelist addresses, always key securely. Okay. Statistics, no data available. Okay. Web API. Getting started. Yeah, quick overview to get you started. Sorry, give me about requests. Yeah, how do I make a request, bro?
so like one of the things I haven't set up like it is. I need to adjust exactly. And I'm not sure if the website is fully up to date now because they have like URL tester.
Mhm.
You just make requests on the fly.
Yeah, it still doesn't work.
Yeah.
Even the URL.
Oh, so you gotta pass.
Says bad request.
Okay, there it is. So they need a client secret always. It looks like is what it needs.
They do it with a redirect, right? Like first, it's like one huge request where you send them.
Yep. Yeah, they want OAuth too.
JSON comes up and it's more like bad request and shit.
Yep. Yeah. So I know they want the access token. Okay, I understand now. All right.
I thought it was a problem with my code at first when I opened it. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm just Googling this shit. And I went to that URL.
yeah, but you wouldn't do that because I was just oh my god, that's not work.
Okay, here. So Spotify API access token generator. If not, I'll write a script that'll just do this. And then once you have the access token, I think it should all work. All right. So it looks like I can't. Oh, here it is. Get access token. And I think so. Then once you have that, you should be able to make all your calls again, right? Theoretically. All right.
So like no matter what we can do.
All right. Perfect. see this guy? I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab this fucker and see.
Ah, damn, my motherfucker got it.
I've been sitting on this phone. I was reading through that, and it was just like, oh shit, like, now someone's got to sign in. So
Yeah.
I got to pretty much make like the first part of Instagram for the Spotify shit.
Yeah.
So do we have to build like logins?
No, you don't. So the way it's gonna work is, in order to, so you have to be an authenticated user to do these things, right? But what you can do is you can create an access token, right? So when the user logs in, it creates an access token which stays alive for a certain amount of time, and that's how you're logged in effectively.
And access token is what you just were looking at with the My App.
Right. So like what I'm thinking is that what you can do is I'll probably write you a script or something that'll just generate you your access token. Once you have that access token, what you can do is you can pass that in, and all your requests should work, and then Baba can use the same script to generate an access token for himself to test it, and we're done. Is that fair? So I'm starting to realize that I can't do that right now in like 2 seconds because I gotta like do all. I have to like dive through the thing. So I'll do it tonight, and I'm gonna Slack it. I'm gonna Slack you guys the API endpoint, okay? And all you gotta do is just paste it. It'll give you back like a series of codes, and that's it, okay? Fair? Now, is the Spotify API thing still open? It should be till Tuesday, right? Okay, so if it is, if it's not, let me know. I'll open it back up. But let's pause it at that so we don't waste anyone's time, and we have to talk. We have to touch base. So let's go. I need to sit. Cool? Yeah. All right, can I just really quickly run to the bathroom before we get started? Sorry. All right, so, hey, if I don't get back to you guys by like maybe 10 p.m. tonight, hit me up and be like, yo, I need to just shit. Okay.
I won't remember. I mean, I won't be like looking at my.
And then did you already create the repository?
I reviewed those.
So just go create it and then you can copy and paste it on
But then after I do
Man, it's same.
like it's not like a.
Oh, fucking coastline. I don't know what that is. I don't know why it's in meth.
Like all my searches when this works, instead of it showing up like there's a here, small word in this area, it showed up over here where the playlist wouldn't go with it. So it's like small word looking at this. You're experience.
So like how I'm.
Depending on how close to the equator it is, it's like plus or minus 0.5%.
But then I don't, it's not.
Is there anything not super clear?
No, it's better. Because one of the first one was.
Who would have known?
You just marked my Spotify thing.
You see, by the way, this
I'm gonna grade a lot tonight. No,
I
I'm
mean,
not.
I didn't read it, but it looked really good.
Basically, I'm not grading tonight because they're not gonna pay me because they already submitted my stuff. But tomorrow, I'm gonna take out like a whole bunch of hours and grade everything.
That is the whole thing you just do.
I mean, I didn't read the Spotify thing.
Basically, at this point, I don't really think I care too much about.
But it once worked.
Yeah. I got you, homie.
Where did Lisa go? She was
She
Bounce.
I know she was like trying
So what's the?
to talk to me while I was talking to Todd.
You are gonna be like go on those.
You heard the feeling, right?
I must have.
Or whatever.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna feel bad. But there's really no then I have to like get with them.
You're sticking around.
Kind of
Yeah.
remove the conversation
It's
from like
before and meet with
actually,
him and
the data that was getting presented to like whether or not I figured might as well it's like
get it over now.
you know? So it got put
I'm
on.
just like
and
nervous and not gonna have time to deal with this project.
And so I want to just make it.
And like having to.
You could have done it during your like 1.5 days off.
Make it
When I was in Charleston. Yeah, I just could have built a whole app.
Like 1.5
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it'll be there's like attachments so you can type in,
Adios.
like it'll basically be like
I know.
check boxes for like
Oh,
fill out
look at
search by like radius like
Yeah, look at this
search by
photo.
radius. You can like type in a lot long. You can type in you just specify what you're searching by, and then they'll display everything on that. You click
Lion over his shoulder,
it'll
just
pop up
no shirt.
that says like has the links to the news articles, summary of what occurred, how they
Check out what I said.
and then like
like the Google, there are apps called My
It's largely
Places,
informational.
which is kind of what you want to do. A lot of them look like shit, a lot of them are outdated, but
Extended project.
it's basically that. So Google Maps might
Like for after?
that
Yeah,
there,
we're
you know,
doing
to
some
My
places.
Places, which you could
It's,
use.
so my friends.
So you don't have to worry about connecting
He's
the
been-
pins.
But you know what I wanna do? I
He
want an
does, like,
exact render. I wanna like. I
He
don't
does
wanna
like video
recreate
editing
anything. I just
and
wanna add one
he
example.
makes videos for this company,
So, I want exactly.
Reaction
to
Science
look
or
like
something.
this.
They're like, their employees are like hired by the National Science Foundation.
Oh, yeah.
Campus Society too.
Basically, all I wanna
And
do is
basically he makes
add
it.
like
It's like,
like another, like
so he does all this
a
like
view
video
where I
editing
can
shit.
just like
He's
break down.
now working
Oh, this is
like
whatever.
a total like
Cause like when my friends asked me for like
satirical,
cooking something, like friends are coming.
we want to present,
"Oh, do
you know,
about?"
trying to check a controversial thing, but we want to present it through like the lens of like,
So all I wanna
yeah,
do
like
is add
Jumbotron, like, you know,
say,
football game
but it's
entertainment.
for my own personal.
So that'll be
But
like,
no, that's actually-
so it's like I
You
got a
haven't heard
couple.
of any idea that I would think that. It's,
These are pins, actual places on the map. These are
Well,
restaurants
everybody should have.
that I can favorite.
That's very different from what I've seen. Like, more people get on like pretty artsy or some shit. It's like
All right, my friend, let's talk about this, shall we? All right, so let's first open up Trello, see what your final project is.
Computer vision.
No, yeah, I remember.
I have like a name or anything for it, so my repo is empty. It just says
That's fine. That's what's supposed to be. Or I mean, it'd be nice if you had some shit, but that's fine. I get it. But like,
We're gonna, I would love.
You can edit someone else.
You what?
I got nothing. I think this is like a
project?
yeah,
It is.
But yeah, gotta do it. Stick to it too.
Should.
So I was looking at computer vision. Meet the guy.
There's one called.
All right, let me kill some shit on this computer because
Do you happen to push what we just did right now?
no. You want me to do it right now? I could do it right now. Do it right now. Come on, iTerm, don't do this to me.